Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy, that is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
just have it
Back
during our
again,
conversation.
and I had to not put that conversation on because that was going to be weird to start
Oh,
with.
joke about.
How do we
No
kill
idea.
Sean's character? How can that literally be the first conversation we're gonna have? Anyway,
All I
fuck it.
was saying was the
All
tactic they
we're
were going
saying.
to use would kill me and Drekik at the same time.
Outlive them.
Us against the
Anyway.
world.
Anyway, welcome to Monsters and Mayhem, where we talk shit apparently about weird things, and we play Dungeons and Dragons sometimes. Today we're playing Dungeons and Dragons. First announcement: please join our Discord. It will be better for the environment, and all the crooked politicians will quit their jobs if you do. No promises though.
I mean, it is a fact that since our Discord launched, LMP have lost more seats than like they
That
did
is
before our
true.
Discord launched.
Since we started streaming, the Greens have gotten more publicly.
Yeah, they got more seats in the
they got more
Senate.
seats. Like it's all tied together. It's all connected.
We are green.
Anyway,
that is it.
Anyway, if you like food pictures and sharing whatever food you eat, not while you eat it, but before you do, because the other thing's gross, then you can join our Discord and you can show us some of that cool stuff. You can also show us pictures of your pets, not necessarily in the food channel, but there is another channel where you can put that in as well, unless you're eating hot dogs. I guess that's...
Maybe that can be one of the Patreon tiers. It's like mukbangs.
What?
Mukbang. Well, you said like don't do it while we're eating the food, but like that's a thing on the internet. Watching people eat food is like mukbang. So maybe a Patreon tier. It's like we release a picture of Jacob eating his dinner.
Right. Okay. It'll be like live streamed.
Might have to be someone else.
To a pub near you.
You could just watch our stream to see me eating dinner.
I feel like there's a lot of people who need therapy after going through something like watching people do that. But I mean,
is this not therapy? I think this is therapy.
Maybe for you guys.
It's the opposite for Tom, I think.
Yeah, this is hard work. This is really hard work.
We're putting him in therapy.
No, our Discord is a very friendly place where everyone loves each other, and if you don't, we kick you out. And that's I guess that's fair to say because that's a safe place to go. Anyway, I don't even know what I was trying to say today. That's fucking hilarious. Anyway, welcome to Monsters and Mayhem. My name is Tom. I'm the producer and manager. I am the producer and regular idiot on the show. Yes. And if you have more dice, then what did I write down today? Then pet toys. You come to that place. If you have more dice than pet toys, you come to that place because I certainly don't. Anyway, let us get into tonight's episode. First, I'll put a little bit of music on. Now I'll put a little bit of background noise on because quite as far as I remember,
today.
You were in Kronos still. Mm-hmm. The last thing that happened in Kronos was that most of you went to bed, I believe. There was a little bit of confusion about what really transpired in accordance to what to do with the Dreamweaver now that you've finally given it up. And Engway found out that it might not be as safe as they thought it was. But for now, at least, it seemed like it was not your problem anymore. Mana also seemed to have partly forgiven the group for the confusion part that Engway had caused, once again. And other than that, you ended up resting in, Engway's house, technically, because no one else wanted it. So technically, 24 Carburetor Street is Engway's house. And that's pretty much where we left off, I believe. But there are some people who wanted to do something. Yeah, you also went to the casino where you met a old friend of Engway's mother, Winja, who seemed to be very interested in knowing where she was. And also, you tied together a few small hints that seems like they were looking for two others. And you were quick to potentially believe that those two others might be the other two furbolgs that came with Ingwe. And as you tried to tell them to keep each other safe and stay out of trouble, they also told you where they were going. But someone overheard that conversation. The purple-haired Eladrin elf. But you eventually got your sleep. And I believe
No.
this is... Nope, you're not done yet, nope. We continue where the night left off. I was pretty sure there was something I forgot there too. Cool. So, what would you like to do, Celeste? Because I believe that you and Sean was the two that had something that you wanted to do. No? I just work here. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, Jean had something to do, but he was going to do it first thing in the morning. He was going to get up a couple hours before everyone else, and then...
Right. Yeah. Okay, I thought that someone left because they wanted to do something in the evening as well. Did anyone want to do anything at the end of that evening? Yes. That's what I thought, but you said no.
Well, sorry, you said Celeste and Jean. No,
Yes, like two individuals. Two individual things.
I like Jackie's tent.
I know, so cool, right? Celeste is going to go see Deltunis, the High Artificer, to request a favor to send a message to Jaina, the third book that she was speaking to earlier, because she's her last sending slot. So she's going to go and see if she can contact them and say, actually, don't go to Blightwood. Sorry about that. I may put your life in danger. It's a habit I need to kick.
How do you go about trying to find him? Are you going back to where you saw him at the Institute? Right.
Yes, that's the only place that she would think to. She doesn't know his personal address, so she'll just go back to his office and see if someone's there can direct her to the right place.
Right. Well, for the brevity of this, I'd say that you quickly skip through the city during this time of... It's technically still day, like you just kind of fucked up your sleep schedule really hard. Technically this is around, like, I think it's around 4, maybe 3. Yeah, I'll say 3 o'clock. So no problem. You can skip through the majority of these people trying to sell you mechanical items of various nature, and you end up at the Institute once again, not having left more than maybe a few hours ago, really. And you request an audience, and you are granted an audience, and eventually led back to the office where you were not so long ago. And there you see this half-elf man, Delatunis, sitting once again at his desk, and I'm very confused as why you're already back.
Good afternoon. I'm so sorry to drop by unannounced. When we left, you said that if there's anything that you can do for us in the future, you would be able to.
Right, yes.
When you said future, I think both of us didn't imagine it would be so soon, but I do have need of your assistance if possible.
Right, I mean, I guess a few minutes in the advance is a future as well. What can I help you with?
I was wondering if you have the capacity to send a message to someone.
I can.
There is a friend of ours whose life is in danger, and we've only just come to the realization. And unfortunately, I'm far too exhausted to send it myself, but it is pertinent that they get the message as soon as possible.
Right. I can definitely do that. Do you have a sketch of how they look or anything that I can use so I can get familiar with them?
I have seen her once before, haven't I?
Yeah, you met her. She was one of the wolves that played a prank on you. She was the one that started screaming when Sean hit her.
But she did turn into a furbolg, right? Like yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Am I able to pull out my sketch pad and see if I can take 10 minutes to do a sketch, like a police artist moment?
No problem, you can definitely do that. You don't have to really roll for that because technically you're pretty good at drawing in general. If you take your time and stuff like that, it's more like if you're trying to do like copy an art piece or something. I think that's more than sufficient. Looks at the sketch. Oh, that's quite interesting. And what is the name of this individual?
I know if I just said it. Is it Jaina?
Yeah.
It's a hard J. It's not a European yeah.
Jaina.
Jaina. Yes, it
That's something else.
is. Jaina. That's for the Patreon viewers. Yeah, Jaina.
Follow for Fitpics. Just mine. Anyway.
Yes, her name is Jaina.
And what do you want the message to be?
Could you please say, Jaina, on behalf of Celeste, I would like to give you a message. Do not, under any circumstances, go to Blightwood. Please travel in an opposite direction as quickly as you can. You are in danger. You are being hunted.
Right. That's very sinister, but I will send the message.
As you can understand, it is a rather a pressing matter.
I can understand. That seems very serious. I will take that very serious. He pulls out these little rings from his sleeves and kind of pull them over his hands, and he starts tying them together into almost like a string. And then while he's doing that, you can see that they light up a little bit, and then that becomes his way of casting the spell. And as he talks into his hands, he recites what you said, word for word. And then he just holds it there for 2 seconds and then releases the rings and puts them back on his cloak as they were before. He says, I successfully sent the message now. I'm just waiting for a response. Yeah. Sitting there awkwardly, looking at each other, waiting for a response. He looks like he's receiving something. I'm not quite sure if something went wrong with the spell, but she says she doesn't know any Celeste, and her name is Karen.
I don't know anyone by the name of Karen.
I'm not quite sure if she was trying to lie to me, but that was the response, at least at the moment.
Right.
Maybe they don't trust me. Maybe that's what it is.
Right. Well, I suppose out of options. So I suppose I have to wait till morning and make contact with her myself directly.
Yes, maybe that's also another idea. Well, yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry, that's just the response that I received from her. I would assume she just doesn't trust me. She never met me. Maybe that's what it is.
Potentially, the last exchange I had with them was to be very, very careful with who they spoke to. So I suppose conflicting messages, potentially.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, that could have been it. Maybe she's protecting herself. But she received the message once. I mean, at least, I guess. Maybe try again tomorrow yourself if that helps. Maybe it's just, I'm not quite sure. The spell went through like it was supposed to. The person received the message as possible, and they responded, and that means that they would have at least received it.
Well, I suppose it's the best outcome, given the circumstances, if they did receive it. Well, thank you for your assistance. I do really appreciate it.
No, of course. And thank you all for having a very engaging conversation. Especially thank Engway for his perspectives on things. Sometimes I can get caught in my ways. And it's refreshing to meet younger people who have a different perspective. Even if you
without
don't
differences of opinions, the world would be a very boring place.
Absolutely. This place is built on difference of opinions. But anyway, thank you. Thank you all for what you did.
Well, we will be leaving Kronos probably in the next day or so. But should you have need of our services in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Well, likewise, if you need anything, let me know. I'm not skilled in the art of magic, but I am very resourceful.
Thank you. Next time we are in Kronos, should be sure to return and say hello.
Sure. Well, just let me know. It might have something else for you if that's the case, but we'll see. There's always something going on here.
beauty of it. Right, well, you enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And should I not see you before we leave, it's a pleasure working with you.
Of course. Well, pleasure's all mine.
She'll awkwardly then head out.
He just stay there. Door closes behind him. Behind you, I guess. And yeah. Are you just heading back after that?
I think that she would probably be a little bit too wired to like go back and go to sleep. So she'll probably just like wander around, like fretting a bit and kind of just like wandering around the city, just taking in the sights, being a little bit of a tourist, and then kind of like just going through like back alleys and just like kind of like just like wandering around until probably like 11 o'clock at night. Maybe go and like grab dinner somewhere while the other guys are sleeping, and then just casually make your way back at like midnight-ish.
Right. Well, most of the city is full of people trying to sell things and stuff, but it also comes to a quiet around about 5-ish o'clock. The city itself starts to die down a little bit. There's a lot of colored lights everywhere, but all the people trying to sell stuff, they kind of stop before you get to that point. And there's plenty of places. You can go to the Best Inventor, for instance, where you can have some American diner experience with heat in the seat, jukebox music, and automated table service.
She might actually kind of like, as the night is drawing on and like people are like getting a little bit rowdy in the streets, having a couple drinks and stuff, she might actually pop down like the cloak in the street as people are walking past and do a little bit of busking action. Haven't done it in a while, so maybe she'll, as a way to distract herself.
Cool. Well, make a performance check. It's been a while since we've done that.
It's been a long time since I've done a performance.
It's been a while.
It's been a while, that's what she sings. That was actually really good.
Oh, it hadn't been too long then.
That's a 25. No, 23. I can't do math.
23. Right. You managed to get 6 gold pieces as a thank you. There's also a button in there and some kind of crumbled up leftover candy wrapper.
I'm putting that in my inventory. That's gonna come. It's gonna be like final boss fight level 20. I'm gonna be like, oh my god, I have that
Candy wrapper.
candy pepper.
Right. Cool. It seems to be very busy inside the different diners and the different inns and such. So there's not a lot of people on the street that necessarily would give tips. Most of them are all inside.
Cool. And then yeah, she'll just wander around until it's dead. Go back. Go to bed.
But, well, it seems like a very gentle breeze as it's starting to get colder, and you can see the snowflakes still forming, but not staying so much here. But you do wonder what happens in a city made of metal.
Are we above the
In the
clouds here?
snowstorm.
We're not, are we? It's not that high up, is it?
Well, you're about between 1.5 kilometers and 2 kilometers into there. So it's like not maybe above the clouds, but it's definitely like it's a little cold.
Like
If
sheets
you're on
of
the outside.
ice, like moving past.
Well, maybe.
Alright, cool. That's me.
Well, you eventually head back and sleep on the sofa or in the bed or whatever is available, I guess.
So if it was early afternoon when Celeste left, I think I'm gonna do the thing. I think Ingwe is gonna be fretting about what Celeste is doing. But upstairs, our building has downstairs, which is like a big lounge room, and then upstairs, which is kind of like a bedroom.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you take just 2 squares and put them on top of each other.
Yeah, and then Drek, you went to find. Oh no, Drek's still.
He's on the sofa, I think. Yeah, he's on the sofa.
I'm on the couch on the bottom floor somewhere.
Yeah, okay, so then Ingwe is going to go roll out the map on the floor and then, take out everything that he's collected as he's been wandering around, but, put them in location, so, wrap, strings to, broaden the map,
Right.
and then, even take off all his items and stuff that he's collected along the way and put them in place. Partly what Ingwe is trying to work out is where we're going. Like he's going to be like, oh yeah, put a little note for like where he thinks John's family is, where anything that he's heard about what Celeste has done. You know, like Drekic's up to the like north side of the, and also try and figure out. He's kind of starting to get a sense of trying to figure out because you asked us last time. They wanted to find out where Ingwe's home was, and Ingwe doesn't know where his home is. So is going to try and figure it out.
Okay. Make a... That's an interesting one, actually, because it's not really history per se, because you haven't technically... I would probably say survival check.
19.
That's not bad. That's not bad. So you put all the stories that you've heard about the outside and where the moon was located on different times and stuff like that into one big perspective, and you get the idea that it's most likely southeast of the Kingdom of Quill, southeast region.
Oh, like not even in the same, like in the kingdom or out of the kingdom?
Outside of the kingdom.
Yeah, sorry, outside. Yeah,
but it seems like because of the directions of the sun and stuff, that direction that you're going to look at least is in that general direction.
Yeah.
If you were there, you would probably be able to pick up more, like locations here and there from what you have seen. But because you don't technically know where those things are, then technically that makes it a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, and so Ingwe would be traveling back, like would be just hoping to travel by tree eventually. So he wouldn't have a sense of like trying to walk there. It's like,
no.
Do the other people that are trying to find the place actually, do they have a shot of finding it? Is more what I'm looking for. Like, could the pirate king, not the pirate king, the I blank.
Pixie King?
Pixie King. Peking.
Yeah.
Could he actually get there or not? And that's what like, does it feel like if he just wanders around and tortures my friends, could he get there?
So you know that you cannot find this place unless you know where it is.
Yeah.
That was part of the protection put into this place. Unfortunately, if you, as part of your journey, you know that sometimes you go out into the world and you find a partner and you bring them back.
Yeah.
They can find it because they're with you.
Yeah.
So theoretically, it's possible.
Yeah. And all the people that left would be able to find it. All the people that got banished.
No, they would kind of forget. They would kind of lose their access card, if you can say it like that. They would not know the specific area anymore. They would know the region, obviously. They wouldn't forget that part. But the place itself would hide itself from those who are not welcome in that sense.
Okay. And then the other thing is Blightwood.
Mm-hmm.
Is that near where we started the campaign?
Yeah, it's actually quite close to there.
Yeah, so we're going back. So my mates basically just stayed where they were and got wasted, and we went on a world tour.
Yeah, pretty much. Like they went from Broken Wood, and then they went to Broken Bridge, and then they ended up there, or at least going that way for whatever reason. They could have done other stuff too, of course, but they are very close to where they started.
Okay. So if John and Drakic are just gonna chill on the couch, and I'm gonna be left alone for hours puzzle solving, I'm going to get all my items out. So I've got everything out, and one of the items that I get out that I notice that I remember that I have is the door to the room, and so I'm gonna go and see Vartex.
Okay, you're going in to see Vartex. Okay.
Are you doing this on the floor in front of the couch?
No, I think that I'm upstairs. If I'm around you guys, I wouldn't. But if like
Okay.
you left me upstairs to like solve a puzzle,
Yeah,
Ingwe would get in his head about it, and then like if I'm there for hours, just be like, oh, I can't solve this. Like I wonder what the thing is, and you're just like chilling downstairs. There's no way
Yeah,
he's not. gonna go.
Jack's on the couch under a makeshift tent.
Yeah.
Right.
Are you?
Yeah.
That's the same thing with you, John. You're like kind of downstairs.
Pretty much,
like,
yeah. John's reading his prayer book, also on a couch or a chair somewhere, just chilling. Yeah, just trying to learn a bit more about the Stormlord.
Okay, so, Ingwe is going to, like open the door and try and control the space.
Okay. So you are unable to control the place because it has an owner now.
Yeah.
That is not you. But you choose to go in.
Yeah.
Right. And why are you doing this?
So it will be hanging above the map, in Drekic's home, like in terms of my map of the room.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, okay. Yeah.
Upstairs. So I'm upstairs, and there's like string everywhere, and like acorns and flowers and like random shit just hanging at like Ingwe's head height. And
Yes.
there's a map on the floor with like strings going everywhere because it like the book with Vecna's book and stuff, and that like little like it will look like a real voodoo like temple upstairs. Like after like if he's had 3 hours to set it up.
Nope. Well, that's fair. I just wanted to know if you were upstairs or downstairs.
Yeah, upstairs. If I was downstairs, he wouldn't do it.
Nope. That's cool. All right. So you open up the door, and you can feel this suction pulling on you, but not enough for you to be forced into it. But you can see the light coming out from there, and you can choose to enter if you wish.
Yeah, so I'd go in the door, and then I would be concentrating heavily on making it look like my home.
Right. So you enter, and immediately you realize you are unable to control the room. What you do see instead is that this is set up almost like a prison cell. It's set up in a very dungeony kind of way. It's pretty much just one room. And of all the things that he could have imagined, it's just one room. It's fairly big though, compared to like a normal prison cell, but you can see him sitting in the corner. He's working on some kind of wooden object or something like that. You can see that the way that he's decorated this is extremely simple. But you do notice that on the wall, there's a giant wall painting that has been painted by him, it seems, of the gods fighting each other and angels coming to aid the mortal realm, and a lot of like very biblical, extremely graphical war scenes and stuff like that. Just one big painting that's been built into it. You can see the ceiling in this room is obviously very unrealistic. It's like it would be like 7 floors up, but it seems like the painting fits because of the way that he has made that room look. And as you enter, you also notice that on his bed, it's full of little dolls. All of the dolls look like they're different types. Like there are some that are green, some are blue, some are purple with black hair, and there's just a whole bunch of dolls just in a pile. They're all very well stacked together. They're not just like piling on top of each other, but they are stacked up next to each other. Almost like if you go to a grandma's place and you see all the things that just knitted. It's a little bit like that. Most of the dolls are just made out of like ordinary materials, like cloth and hair and some ordinary stuff. Very basic versions of dolls. And see him sitting there, and he's carving out a spoon at the moment of wood. He realizes you're there, and he's just looking at you for a second. He's like, "Anyway, oh, isn't this a sight for sore eyes? What can I help you with?" You make a deal?
No, I thought you might like some company. You've been in here for a couple of days, and we've just stopped for a bit of a rest, and I was kind of mapping where we were and trying to solve the puzzle of how we open the gate, and I was bored, so I thought I'd come say hi.
Well, you're more than welcome to drop in anytime you want. I'm not going anywhere, obviously.
Yeah.
Time does move a little differently in here. I don't actually know how long I've been here, but that's okay.
Well.
What are you trying to solve?
Oh, time moves differently. Odd. Did you do that, or did I do that?
Oh, I think it's more the fact that I'm here all by myself.
Oh yeah.
And I cannot see any sunlight unless I want to, and even then it's when I choose to, so. But.
Oh well, you've been here for, and I'll tell him how long he's been here for. 13 days, 23 hours, and 73 minutes. But
it's pretty close, I think. Yeah.
But so I'm really sorry about that. I didn't even think. I'll make sure I let you know what day it is more often. Is there anything you want?
Don't worry.
Can I bring you anything? Would you like a berry?
Sure. Get your berry.
Anyway, so I'm trying.
Don't worry about me. I'm perfectly fine in here.
I'm trying to solve this puzzle, right? Like how we can open these gates and destroy them and stuff. And
you don't have to open any gates. Just destroy them.
You want to open the gate to the Feywild, right? That's where you want to go?
I mean, technically, yes, but what happens is that you just need to break them, because if you break them, then you can open the gates. They already exist, they always have.
Yeah. Oh, and there's blocks on it.
Yeah, so because of these wards, it's just stopping any interplanar travel. So breaking them would help me come home.
But
then whatever happens.
So, I've been wondering about the difference between being a god and not being a god. Because I met some of the gods. Actually, I don't think they were gods. I think they were titans. But...
They have a tendency to believe that they're gods and all that, but they're not really gods anyway. Like, I used to work for Aethia, you know that by now, I'm sure.
Oh yeah,
but
I don't
only because I wanted to. Like, I didn't really need that job.
But like, did she get power? That like, you know how we're handing out these flyers? Will that make her more powerful? How does it work?
I mean, the more follower any individual has, I guess it becomes more powerful as a god or entity. I don't really know. I don't think those titans are much to write about.
But what about Lolth? She is she like a titan? Like she became a god and then stopped becoming a god and then became a god and then.
No. She's an original god.
Lolth is an original god.
Yeah, but she lost her powers, and then she regained them by blackmailing the other gods. Which is quite interesting.
But not the... Wow. So... But didn't she make her boyfriend a god?
If you're referring to Asmodeus, I wouldn't call him a god, but I guess he has similar powers to a god.
But are you more powerful than Asmodeus? Or less powerful? Or is it just a matter of who sees the other one first?
Oh, well, I haven't met him yet.
But are you... I'm just trying to see how powerful you are compared to, like, the gods.
Ah.
Like,
well,
let's put it
maybe
this
one
way.
day we'll figure it out. I haven't really gone square to square with any gods, but what's this fey creature? Anyway, don't worry about it.
Like, if I wanted to be as powerful as you, could I get there?
Yes, anyone can become as powerful as me if they just have enough time. I think time here is the essence. I'm 3,000 years old anyway.
It's a lot of moons.
Yeah, if you have 3,000 years to learn things, then I'm sure you will become a master.
That's like 40,000 moons.
Probably. I lost count.
It's hard to count too because there's 3 of them, but I only count the one. Anyway, not important. Well,
Well, I'm sure I can help you become a god if you want to become a god. It's just not what it's cracked up to be, I'll tell you that. There's much more smarter creatures out there than gods.
was more
Like me.
a like theoretical proposition to help me solve the puzzle than a desire. I think I'll go home eventually. That's where I want to go. I want to, you know, find someone and go home one day. A bit like you, I suppose. That's why home's. Is that why you miss home so much? Like,
Well, it seems you're missing home now, so I'm pretty sure that you can feel whatever inside you dragging your feet slightly towards it. That's what we do when we remind ourselves of the things that we miss. In my case, I feel like this plane is lacking color. And I have friends, but they're not with me here. So I would like to go and, even though that the Fae Court may not accept my presence for very long, at least I get to go home and see it one more time before it's all over. I'm an old man.
I'd really like to go see the Fae Court one day. Anyway, well, do you mind if I stay here tonight?
If you want to, we can probably make an extra bed. Sure.
I tried when I came in. It didn't work.
No, I can do that. He makes this bed appear. It's a bit better of a bed than his. His is just a very basic, like, prison on the stone slab kind of bed, but the other one is more of a comfortable, almost double-sized bed. Very comfortable.
And then I think I like to fade to blackish. Ingwe would like to start telling all the stories from his homeland. If Vartex, I was going to say Baal. If Vartex,
Don't make that mistake.
do I get a sense that he's bored and enjoying my company?
No, he's generally interested in knowing why you're there. It seems.
Oh yeah,
But if you want to, you can make an insight check.
He thinks that I'm trying to like trick him into something, and I'm just super genuine, and that confuses him. Is that what we're going for? Like I'm just
that's what it seems like. Yeah.
I feel really bad that I've locked you in a cage, and so I've come to hang out with you. You must be bored here. And he's like, "What trick is this?" Yeah, 100%. Right? Like 100%. I'm gonna spend like hours just answering all his questions about my stories about all of my homeland's people, except if he asks any questions about any of the Pixie King kind of questions, if he's like, where is your homeland? Anything about my home tree, physical, I wouldn't answer any of those questions, but anything about I'd probably answer, I would tell stories. So if he asks about my home, it'd be like, oh yeah, the person that went and stayed with the hut, and just talk while he asks questions. If he doesn't tell me to shut up, then I will keep talking.
He lets you talk, but you notice that he doesn't ask any locations, and he doesn't ask any names.
Yeah, because that would be impolite. Yes.
He doesn't ask of any of that. He just listens.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's sitting there, carving his little spoon, which looks like it's turning into a shift now. But other than that, he seems to be just hanging out with you in his strange little cell that he has created.
And then the other thing is, I would ask him questions about his home in the same way, who his friends are, any adventures, any interesting stories from the Feywild. But yeah, that's the only.
You get a bit of information out of him. You get some information about him. He used to be a traveling merchant, but he seemed to always upset people because he had a tendency to lie. And then eventually someone got really mad at him, so he stole something from them, and then that became a thing. He became someone who steals things, and then that became into someone who lies a lot, and then that became into someone who literally double crosses everyone. And you can see that he has no remorse from what happened, but he is a little reminiscence of how it began.
Yeah, cool. And then so I will leave to nighttime to so we'll probably stay up quite late, so then Ingwe will sleep in, and then there's like a voodoo temple including like Ingwe's like armor and like his all his items are just hanging, including this item that we're inside. I think we'll just hang in that room.
Right.
For the morning.
Right. One thing that does happen during the night is that at one point when he talks about his home, you can see that his eyes are watering a little bit. And he's trying to hide it, but he keeps going in his own weird form.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you end up sleeping in the bed inside the cell.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Anything that anyone else wants to do while this is going on? Or is it more for the morning?
Sean's just getting up like an hour and a half. He's going to bed earlier than everyone, and he's going to get up an hour and a half, 2 hours beforehand.
Right.
Or something in the morning.
Right. So let's start with you. Everyone gets a long rest. Even those who stay up a little bit. You can click the button.
Oh, button.
Longest of rests.
Hello.
2 whole sessions for a long rest.
It's been 85 years.
Oh no, I'm actually have lower hit points than when we started.
Right. Sean, what would you like to do in the morning?
Jean is going to head towards Lutherian Delatunis.
Okay. Right. It's like a fucking train.
Yep.
Right.
He's going to get up nice and early, probably wake him up, unless he's an early bird as well. And yeah, go knock on the door.
Oh, come in.
Thank you. I'm sorry to be here so early in the morning.
That's quite alright. Is this about your friends again? Do you need
No.
another? No.
Quite. No,
Oh.
I don't.
Please come in.
I mean,
Let's,
not those guys. Yeah, just something you said yesterday caught my ear, and I thought I would speak to you about it.
Right.
It's regarding the Dreamweaver.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. You spoke of a darkness in it.
Yes.
Something that could go terribly awry with it. Would you be able to elaborate at all in any way?
Well, we didn't have time to investigate it too much because it's just come into our hands now, assembled. But if you have great power, there's a lot of dangers that come with use and misuse of that. One of them is your own danger to yourself. And if you use terribly powerful magic, it can change who you are and how you see things. Sometimes you can have a perspective on things that will change very drastically. And other times it can simply be that it is actually physically dangerous. There can be things that we don't know about this Dreamweaver. We haven't had time to properly investigate it yet.
Okay.
What's your concern?
Well, you know that the Dreamweaver was used, correct?
Yes, I was informed that it was used twice, I believe.
Yes. The second time was by myself. And I did not interact or pursue it in any way, but I did see something in there. Some sort of shadowy figure, which, knowing the dangers of it, I avoided, and instead strove for my goal to achieve this.
Right.
But I don't know, I got a feeling, a sense while in there, and I'm concerned that anyone's use of this could have any danger. I don't know. I thought maybe more information, whether me telling you or you telling me, would just be best.
Make a deception check.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, metal dice. Good roll for the first one. 19.
Okay. He doesn't seem to comment on anything that makes you believe that he necessarily believes that you're lying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the idea is to keep these three pieces separate and only have skilled individuals who know a lot about it touch and handle them at all.
All right.
Before we disperse of them completely. It may be better that we know more about this specific situation in case something else should arise where we would need to know more about a situation similar to this. Knowledge is power, and in this case, I believe that we need to be powerful, even if it means not using it.
Understood, of course. No, that makes sense.
I will conduct some investigations on it tonight myself, to try to see if I can dive deeper into what it actually is all about and where it came from.
Perfect. I'm glad you'll be looking into it, not simply separating them and calling that. Knowledge is power, like you say, and I guess knowing what's going on with it would also mean you'd have the knowledge to stop it if need be.
Yes, correct. You can't create an anti-venom if you don't know what the venom is, for instance.
Great analogy. All right, well, do you have, I don't know, some of my friends got an ability they can, like, talk into their hand and people hear it in their ears or their head or something.
Yes, I do have that ability.
Great. If I hear anything or experience anything, I'll let you know. I believe Celeste is capable of that, and I'll get her to message you. And if you hear anything you think is of concern or worry, if you could please let us know.
Of course.
That'd be excellent. Thank you.
Of course. No, I will definitely. I'll definitely keep in touch with you. It seems like you're very capable individuals, and you have interesting perspectives on things, and you're very capable.
Thank you. You are too kind, and your help has been greatly appreciated.
Well, you're the one helping me here, so thank you. I will let you know after tonight if there's any interesting developments in my investigation.
Appreciate it.
Just don't tell anyone that I'm doing that, because
no, of course,
that would be a perfect opportunity to steal it.
Yeah,
but I trust you, of course.
Thank you. I will keep it amongst us and my compatriots that brought the item in. We'll be the only ones to discuss it. And can I speak to Mana about it? Is she allowed in this in case?
Don't mention it to her, just because the less people who know, the better. Not that I don't trust her, but people can probe into your mind even when you don't want them to.
Fair. The less minds to be probed, the better. I get it.
Correct. In this case, they would have to stumble across you or me. And here we are.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you. I feel like I should have brought a gift or something to say thank you, but I didn't. So
don't worry
next
about
time.
it.
All the best, and sorry again for the early morning.
No, that's perfectly fine. I like to get up early.
Good. Man like me. All right.
Very similar.
All the best. Yep. All the best, friend.
Right. Well, let me know if anything happens with that. Curious where that's going, but yes.
Yep. Oh, me too. Me too. Okay.
There we go.
All the best.
Enjoy your day. There we go.
Slowly make the way back to the group. Just like thinking in his head, just like, you fucking there? Are you there? Whatever you are. And just makes his way back to the thing. Walks in the room. Sits downstairs and starts making food. Woo!
Before you get home,
Yep.
pass through the markets and you see all these individuals setting up shop for the next day. Some are baking cakes and cookies, and some are making weird contraptions as usual. Pins that can bounce, balls that can fly, you name it. There's so many weird things. In your case, you don't really understand half of what's going on. It looks like toys, but very expensive toys. At one moment, you catch the reflection of yourself in the in one of the shop windows. And as you do, you freeze for a second because you realize that there is a very familiar face next to yours in the reflection. A very dark, black face of shadows. What is your aspiration, Sean? What do you want?
I want my life back.
Which one? The one where you're fighting with your friends, or the one where you're fighting evil undead creatures, or the one where you live a happy life with your wife and son? Which one is it?
Take your best guess.
Interesting. Very interesting. You can call me Lily. I am curious where you are planning on going from here. So I heard a lot of words, a lot of names, a lot of places, a lot of people, a lot of faces. Where are you going, Sean?
Right now, I think I'm gonna go make sure my boy's alright. Check on my sister.
Interesting.
Isn't it?
Indeed. I think you asked me how you could help me. I didn't specify it. I will tell you soon enough. I'll help you get what you want, and I'll get what I want, and then we're free of this connection, and I don't have to sneak around in your ear anymore.
Alright. That sounds good to me.
Because I would very much love for you and your wife to be reunited, Sean. Just like I would like to be reunited with someone else.
Alright. Similar interest, it seems.
Just remember that when I give you what you want, I am released from this deal. And so are you.
Sounds good to me.
Great. 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 Enjoy your afternoon, Sean.
Alright.
Fades away into nothing.
Lily. Okay. And start heading back to the base. And now more slowly make breakfast, but make breakfast.
What? No problem. You all one by one eventually wake up while Sean is cooking breakfast. It smells... What does it smell like, Sean?
Depends what would be in the house, I guess. Wouldn't have too many ingredients left over, but some basic
Probably
rations.
just rations then.
Yep.
They probably wouldn't have left you
Rations.
any food. They didn't know when you were coming back.
And I think I had some rice, so I'm improvising with rations and rice.
Yeah. Rations and rice.
Yep.
Yummy. Woo! But it could probably be worse.
Best meal.
I'm frying dried meats to try and get something.
But I'm sure that you would have grasped some of the spices and such from the ship, so maybe it doesn't smell so bad.
I got breakfast.
Okay, I'm coming. Rolls off the
Alright.
couch, face plants into the floor. Ow!
It's best I could come up with. It's what we had in the house. I might have to go get some ingredients. But rations and rice. There you go.
Oh wow, you're not kidding.
Yep.
It's
Nope.
just rations and rice.
It's literally rations and rice. I've literally fried like dried meats and seeds to try and get this to work.
And then boiled the rice.
Yep. Well, enjoy. I'm gonna see if I can get the others.
Thanks,
Celeste.
thanks, John.
Yeah, no dramas, man. Celeste.
So Celeste will, in her usual fashion, wake up kind of grumpily. Like, oh, what? Right, I'm getting a. I'll just sit up and go, Jaina. And she'll cast message. And she'll go, Jaina. Tried to send a message to you last night. Said you're Karen. I just wanted to make sure that you got it, and that you're not going to Blightwood. That you're going anywhere else in an opposite direction, but don't tell me which direction.
Listen, lady, I don't know what you're trying to sell. My name is Marie. I have no idea who you are. Could you please stop messaging me?
Does it sound like... Am I reaching her? Like, is that who I am trying to connect with? Is there any sort of vibe?
Roll a insight check.
Who the fuck is Maria? I don't know anyone named Maria. Insight, come on, baby. Oh, that went fucking... 19 for insight, 15 plus 4.
It sounds exactly like Jaina. And she is not lying.
So, it's Jaina, but she thinks she's Maria / Karen / has no idea what.
Well, maybe she changed her name. Or maybe she doesn't remember who you are. But it's definitely not a lie. I can feel that that was very genuine.
Going to cast message again.
Right.
Varro, it's Celeste. Is Jane alright? I've been trying to tell her not to go to Blightwood. Well, she seems to be confused as to who she actually is and doesn't know who I am. Can you please confirm that you've received my message and you're not going to Blightwood?
I'm sorry, who's this? My name is Jason. I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm just the smithy here. This is weird.
Definitely made it to Blightwood, fuck. Right. Right, I'm coming, Jean. We need to talk about something. Might be a slight... No, I can't. I'll tell you when I get downstairs. I'm gonna get dressed.
Alrighty.
I don't know where she is. Upstairs, I don't know.
Upstairs has 2 rooms, a very small one, which you probably were in, and then the main bedroom that Ingwe has turned into a fucking spider web.
The museum there.
Just bang on Ingway's door while you're up there. I haven't heard from him yet.
Right. As she walks past, she'll... on the wall. Like on the door.
There's no response. Ingwe cannot hear that.
Ingwe, are you naked? I'm coming in. Ingwe, I'm coming in. And she'll open the door.
So what you see is a spider web of strings attached to pine cones and twigs and stones and flowers and anything that you can imagine him picking up. And there in the middle is an amulet hanging with light coming out of it, seemingly open.
Sean, Drekik,
Yep.
do you do me a favour and meet me upstairs in Ingwe's room?
Sure. Ricky kind of
Yeah.
puts the half-eaten breakfast down and starts heading up.
Sean does the opposite and takes his plate upstairs with him.
Right. You again
And then
see the
as
same
they-
thing.
Yeah. As they come up the stairs, she will just slowly step aside, indicate to the room.
Ingwe's boots, like his clothes are like part of the thing. Like all his things are there.
And his armor and everything. Like, yeah, however armor you're wearing.
His mum's knives that he's like recently got, they're in place, like located around the map. Like I think
He went to meet Vartex fresh as the
In
day
the
he
nude.
was born, boys.
yeah, in his like pajamas, definitely.
It's not called Commando anymore, it's called Vartex. Full Vartex.
Isn't that necklace thing that you made when I first met you?
Correct.
Yep.
Oh. Oh, Ingwe's in there, isn't he?
Fuck.
It would seems though. I mean, all signs point to yes, but there is a possibility that he's not.
Well, where'd he be if he's not?
Perhaps he went for a walk.
Shall we go in there after him then?
How about we just try and contact him first?
Hey Vartex, did you sleep alright? That was a good sleep. We had.
He's sitting and riddling like he was to begin with. You know, I don't remember him actually going to sleep either.
Oh, do you not sleep?
Oh, no, I don't think I need it anymore. Your friends are here, by the way.
They're here.
They're right outside the door. So
Oh,
you might
yeah,
have to
we're
think
in the
of what
same
to
house
tell
together.
them. Because I don't think it sounds like they're in on your little visit. Even though I do appreciate it.
Oh well. Yeah, that's alright. I mean, what? Oh, can you hear out? Can you? I thought you said you couldn't hear outside.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Can you still see stuff? Like, do you know how to scry?
No, I don't. I don't know how to do that.
Can I send messages from? Hey guys, can you hear me?
I'm not gonna stand around here, wait. I'm just gonna dive right in.
Oh boy.
Do I hear him?
You pop into the door.
Yep.
Right. You feel a little uncomfortable for a second, and then you find yourself in the same prison cell I described earlier, with Vartex riddling a little knife. I guess it's a spork at this point now, and Ingwe sitting on a bed in the middle of the room like he spent the night.
Hey Drekik.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are we doing?
Just walked in.
Good. Vartex, get him a drink.
Oh,
Oh, is the drinks in here?
you can have a drink if you want. And he makes a mug of ale appear in your hands. Drinks on me, remember?
Yeah. Good morning. It's been a while. What did I say my name was? I had so many names.
Doesn't matter. Names
You were
doesn't
just
matter.
X. Because you could write.
I think I was Brendan, but then you just called me Drekik, so I think the gig's up.
Sorry, X if you prefer.
Remember, we can't. Oh, I
We
suppose
can't lie anymore, no.
But we could not tell the truth. Anyway, hey, Celeste, hey, John, can you hear me?
I think we can.
You can't hear.
Hang on. You want me to bring him in? If they can't hear us, hang on. He steps outside.
He pops back out.
Hey guys, did you hear Ingwe calling you?
No, you just disappeared inside, and then
Well,
I
look,
don't know. I was flabbergasted.
He gave me.
Is the ale still there?
No.
Look, we went inside, and Vartex, he poured me the ale. I'm gonna go get my ale.
Lies.
Goes back
That's
inside.
lies, Drakic.
Celeste
Hey,
just looks
sorry,
at
left
Sean,
my ale
just
behind
like,
apparently.
I don't know. Do we go in? Do we?
I would rather not.
Is it just hanging like a pendant with light, or is it like a full-size door at the moment?
It's generally just a pendant hanging with the light coming out, and where the light hits the floor, that when you stand on that, you get sucked in.
Okay. Sean's gonna try just grab the pendant from the back, take it, and walk downstairs.
Yeah, that's doable.
Put it down in the more open living room type space. Just. Alright, I don't know what the hell. Do we go in after them? Do we stay out here?
I wish that Drakic would have told us what was actually going on. He stepped inside and then came back out and then stepped back inside again.
Yep.
Drakic and Ingwe, I need both of you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Because he moved the thingy thing.
No.
Because he's an evil fey creature.
18.
25.
You both feel a compelling urge to dance, but you both shake it off.
I lead into the urge to dance.
But you let it happen, and you're now compelled to dance.
So I walk over to Vartex and try and dance with him.
But he will just jump around on the floor. You know, best white guy dance, like first left foot, then right foot, a little bit of snapping, then the staying alive thing. He's just having a jolly good time dancing around like he has no care in the world.
I'm sorry, am I interrupting something?
You are welcome to dance, but you kind of aggressively shook it off, I must say. It's not very
I just
welcoming.
didn't know what it was. What are you doing?
Having fun.
How does this equal fun?
Well, one day you'll find out, my stiff-jointed friend.
Anyway,
Can I have an ale? Maybe that'll help me stiff joints.
There you go.
the thingies didn't work. What are John and Celeste all right? I'm worried they didn't answer when I called them.
They're fine. They're just having breakfast right now.
Yeah, fine. I just popped out there and they can't hear us apparently.
Okay, well, it was. How's your beer? Is it work? Can you drink it?
Yep. Tastes like beer.
Well,
Doesn't feel like beer on the inside though. But it tastes like it.
Feels good.
Well, Mr. Vartic, sorry I left you in here so long. It was lovely to start the day with the dance. This is cool. I like you. Anyway,
I like you too.
we might head off. We've actually got a real busy day.
Right. Well, don't worry about me. I'm perfectly fine in here. But be safe. I don't know what I would do if anything happened to any of you.
Zeno.
No. What?
About the.
About dying?
Yeah.
Neither of us died. What did you?
No, but.
I would like to insight check Vartex to see if he knows what Trick is talking about. Like,
Make an insight check.
Also very good. 24.
Doesn't seem like he's reacting to it. Doesn't seem like he's behaving in a way where you think that he would know.
Yeah, so he's commented a couple of times that he can hear outside. I don't want to ask him directly, but do I get a sense that he can hear what's always going on because he's around my neck? Like, or is it
No.
just that he can hear because the door's open?
You're not sure.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's not something he can do all the time.
Yeah, okay. Well, do you want to stay for... No, actually, Drekkie, I think we should go. Because there's a few worrying things that are happening.
Yes.
And,
Like,
I think... yeah. Oh, well. And then I'll try and leave.
What? Free to leave. We're dancing.
Hi, Vartex.
Good.
Thanks for the beer.
You're more than welcome, my friend. Please come back soon. I love it when I have guests.
I don't know what. I don't know why Celeste is so insistent on not coming in here. It's very pleasant.
I appreciate it. Anyway,
Black out.
I'll go back to my riddling.
Fun.
And you both pub out, and as you do, you hear the confetti sprinkling into the room, and disco lights from the inside as the door closes behind you.
And just blue scared too. We can too. Woo.
Weird. Why are we down...
I brought it down here.
We teleport.
No, I brought you down here. Yeah.
I'm not even dressed. But what did you do with my clothes?
Touch your clothes. I took this and this alone. That's not important now, though. What the hell were you guys... What were you doing? Jackie, you disappeared in there for a moment and then just came out and like... You were after a beer and then disappeared back in there.
Yeah, I went in there, right? Ingwe was fine. Vartex was like, hey, I have a beer, and he made me an ale. So I popped back out to say everything's fine, and my ale was gone. So I popped back in to get it.
All right, but what the hell were you doing in there anyway?
I remembered that I had a prisoner, and I thought that I should check that he was all right, and I spent some time with him, and he wasn't all right because he seemed really lonely, and then he cried, and he didn't cry, but he, you know how sometimes people cry but don't cry. You do it sometimes, when you're like crying but trying to not show your emotion. Yeah, he did that, and then so that made me think that he was a bit lonely, and he didn't know how many days it was, so I told him how many days, and then we shared some stories, and then it was really nice. He's a nice guy.
So you felt the individual that sent us on a chase through the wildlands that got us nearly killed, and prior to that used illusionary magic to cause the deaths of several people within the city of Kronos, felt lonely, and you might want to just keep him company.
Well, he's my prisoner. I mean,
But you also
Been a
didn't
nice
feel the
guy
need
this
to
whole
let
time I've known him. But
didn't feel the need to let any of us know that you were putting yourself in a potentially very dangerous situation.
No, he is not able to. I mean, sure. I mean, he can't harm me, and he was going into a magic. He's stuck in a magic item that I created, and.
But that he has control over. So just because he cannot harm you does not mean that it's not dangerous. Anyway, what if he had trapped you in there and you weren't able to come back?
I mean, why would he do that? He needs me to take.
Why would he try and trick the entire world? What is the logical reasoning behind that? He does not need a reason aside from his own entertainment.
He wanted us to. I'm confused. He wanted us to help him. It worked. We decided to help him, and we made a deal with him. and now we have a deal that's binding.
So do you think that maybe doing all of those things to get us to help him might indicate that he's a very selfish person?
Yes.
And so... Sorry, Ingwe, I'm just constantly baffled that you put yourself in these situations without
Well,
at
like,
least consulting us.
I don't think that I put myself. Where did you go? You didn't ask me.
I told you last night that I was going to go send a message to your friend because I put them in danger, and I told you before I left that I was going to go see the High Artificer.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just... Why won't you listen, Ingwe? It gets very frustrating.
Hey, Sean, this is really nice breakfast. I'm gonna go eat it.
And he just shuffles over, picks up his breakfast, and goes to the kitchen.
Well, I don't see. I don't understand why. No, there's a lot of things I don't understand. I felt safe, and I was. So. Yeah, I promise that next time I'm going to go somewhere, I will let you. I didn't go anywhere. Yeah, I'll let you know. I'm sorry.
My only intention in these situations is to keep us safe. And I know I do not always achieve those goals, which kind of gestures towards awkwardly. But I promise that all I'm trying to do is keep us out of harm's way.
Yeah, well, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry because I genuinely didn't think it was dangerous, which is why I didn't say anything. If I thought it was dangerous, if I definitely would have said something. I didn't I didn't do it sneakily. I just didn't think about it. Just like I was doing the thing. Did you see my thing upstairs? And so like I spent a long time doing that, and then I think I just got lost in thought, and then it just seemed like a sensible thing to do to ask the most intelligent, oldest person I know if they had any clues to help us to solve the problem that he asked us to solve. Really, actually, you should have come. We should go back in and you should talk to him because you're very smart and I probably didn't even ask any helpful questions.
I think the biggest issue here, at least from what I'm seeing, I was more so just concerned about why you see the need to go keep such a fiend company, but I think in future, if we're ever speaking to Vartex or making any direct contact with him, I think we all need to be in agreement because the contract consists of all of us, and I think it's something we all need to agree on, even if we deem it safe. If I decide to speak to him, I'll make sure to inform all of you, and I think we need to come to some sort of agreement in that sense. Because I think there's a lot of different opinions about how to approach this individual.
Wait.
I think he's all right.
Yeah, I am happy to let you know, but I mean, we don't really have the kind of. You're asking me to do something that I don't think you're ready to do.
I'm not ready to do. Just
like, I don't. I'm happy to tell you not that I'm gonna go and do something that I think is perfectly safe, but many times I've told you not to do something, and you've done it because you thought it was the right thing to do, without even considering that I asked you not to.
And we each have different moral views. I'm speaking Vartex in particular in this instance.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying, Mr. John. That you and Celeste think that he's really dangerous.
He is,
It's not
even
that I
if he
think
has
he's
no intent of
dangerous.
harm.
He is dangerous. It's not something that I just think, it's something that I know, Ingwe.
Ingwe, I see you as dangerous.
Exactly.
Intent is something, but I haven't seen you kill innocents in the street through means of illusions and raids. I've seen him do that. That's just what I think. I think we all have very different views on this situation. And I think it's just because the contract involves all of us and that could cause issues. I think we just need to be aware of anytime we're doing anything involving Vortex. I think everyone needs to at least be informed.
Yeah, I'm happy to let you know. I'm happy to make that agreement. I'm happy to let you know when I'm gonna go talk to Vortex. Yeah, I just don't think he's any less dangerous than the Stormlord, and I wouldn't tell you not to go talk to him.
That's fair. I can understand that as a view. I haven't seen the Stormlord do anything wrong yet, so in my view, he's still alright. I think. I don't know, I'm still learning about him.
Pretty sure he hasn't done anything wrong.
Yeah, well...
Pretty sure.
Like...
I mean, he's a god, he can do what he wants.
I see you kill people every couple of days, Mr. John, so...
Sure. Am I killing innocents running for their lives?
Nah, usually they're in cages.
Question.
Oh.
How do you know they were innocent?
Because, I mean, the ones on the ship I spoke to, and I let some of them go.
Well, this comes down to, again, the difference was what we see as people versus you. Or at least myself.
Yeah,
in that discussion we've had prior.
Yeah, I'm happy to let you know what I'm doing. I just don't have the same moral compass as you.
Sure.
Celeste,
I don't think everyone needs to agree on things.
You get a message. But all you hear is blah, 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 blah.
Who got the message?
Celeste. And then a few seconds later you hear, oh, sorry, blah, sorry sis, I forgot I was underwater. Ugh, seaweed. Oh. I'm at location X.
Good morning, Alexander. Thank you for letting me know your location. What is it that you found at location X, if anything?
Absolutely nothing.
Right.
What am I looking for?
Looks at everyone standing in like a semicircle.
You talking to someone, Celeste?
You know what you're looking for. If you need further clarification, come and see me.
Right, there's absolutely nothing here. There's just the sea, the fish, an octopus over there that looks like it's gonna eat me. Yeah, it's sea. There's a few cannons and some old shit here, but I don't see anything else.
That's what I thought. Well, let me know how you go with location Y then.
Right, on my way.
Can I just say something? Why is it that we have to be completely open and honest with some things, but completely secretive with others?
I mean, personal things.
I never said we have to be completely open and honest about all things. It's just about consideration.
Well, what were you just doing?
Just talking to my brother.
You speaking with Alexander?
Yes, I told you I spoke to him. On the ship.
Yeah. Just
Location
glad to
X
see
and
you.
Y business. Or just location Y business, actually.
Do you have a question, Drekik?
Yeah, what's this location Y stuff?
I've got Alexander looking for something for me.
Oh.
And since we are in a rather pertinent situation in regards to Jean's family and also potentially Ingwe's friends, I thought it best if I asked my brother to help me find something of a personal nature, rather than distract us all of the course that we're currently on.
Oh.
Is that right, Drekik?
Yeah, it's fine. It was just weird. We were in the middle of discussing about Vartex, so there's sort of, stop everyone! I'm having a private conversation here. It was really weird. Like, I feel like you should have stepped out of the room or something.
Right, well, next time I'll step out of the room. I only have a limited amount of time to reply to those messages.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
There's a very 25-second gap in which I can reply before I can no longer speak again. So, sorry, next time I will leave the room.
Question. Your spell, if now that we're on this topic, can you contact anyone in the world?
Within reason.
I need to send a message to my sister.
Right, I
What?
can do that.
Why didn't you write her a letter?
I could do that. If I could do that.
Yeah, and
I
that
can
post-
do that. I
that
just need a
post
lot
it.
of paper.
Oh wait, you can't read.
I mean, I could write one. It just wouldn't be small, quite large, and I'm pretty sure it would take more than one letter.
Like one letter per page.
Maybe two.
If it's landscape.
Do you want one of us to write it?
I mean, if you could, that would be great too.
Sure, I'm happy to write. I used to write letters back and forth with my mother quite a bit.
Yes?
I can also send them a message. Like, I can get a friend to go and see them. I can get a person to like fly there. No, I can't because I haven't been there. Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
I don't quite know the precise location of her either. So, I think the mailing system, you don't need the precise location though. You just need to know the name.
Right, yeah. From what I've spoken to people, I believe that is the case, so...
Well, Drekik, should you wish me to send a message, let me know. Speaking of messages, Ingwe, spoke with your friends this morning. Because when I went and spoke to the High Artificer yesterday, they sent a message on my behalf. Yet, Jaina didn't quite know who she was, and seemed to be very confused, which leads me to believe, after I spoke with them this morning, they have indeed made it to Blightwood, and have been cursed.
In Blightwood, you reckon the Pixie Kings caught them, or is that like there's something that's happening in Blightwood?
Well, I think it's something that's happening in Blightwood, because it's known as a cursed city, and then as soon as they made their way there... No, is Blightwood not the cursed city? Which one's the cursed city? Oh, that's Gratport.
Blightwood's just a city.
Actually, never mind. Thinking of another place
Sorry.
nearby.
Yeah, that happens to me. I tell stories all the time, and the details are just wrong. Like,
But they did mention that on their way to Blightwood there were these strange lights. And then when I tried to speak to Jaina, she didn't remember her name. She thought she was Maria. And your other friend, Faro? Is that the name?
Yeah.
Thought that they were named Jason and they were a smithy in the city. It was them I was speaking to, but
There's a story about that, like, happening in the Fae, right? Like, there's lights, and then people, like, they think they're in a place, and then they, like, slowly get their life sucked out of them. Isn't there, like, some creatures that... Nah, don't worry about it.
is that a thing? Do I recognize that as, like, a story? Or a phenomenon?
There is, to a certain degree, depending on where you want to go. Situations that is very similar to what he describes. But there's multiple different versions of such events for very different causes.
All I know is that they don't know who I am, they do not know who you are, they don't know who they are themselves. That could potentially work in their favor, but do not know the cause. And they do not seem willing to speak to me.
Weird. Well, can we go upstairs and look at the map? And decide on what we're doing next? Because I thought we were going to go and see John's son. I thought that was the urgent thing to do. But I'm a little bit worried about my friends. Is it close?
They're not that close, I don't think. I think they're kind of like in like forking-ish direction. Off the top of my head.
Which one are you trying to get the location of?
Blightwood versus John's farm.
They're like polar opposites.
Pretty much polar opposites almost. Blightwood's just slightly lower down on the opposite side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. From my understanding of the map, they're in complete different directions, unfortunately. Well, we gotta figure out where we're heading with this new news. Go from there, but shit. This has been a morning. Alright, let's go check out the map. We'll continue this discussion up there. We can start figuring out and planning. Oh boy.
So, Mr. John, I don't mean to sound callous about my my people, but where they are is like all the way over here, and you I think it's more important to you to go and see your son than it is for me to go and see my friends. But I don't know how to say this without you judging me, because I think it's really important in your values for me to care about my friends. But I don't. So, what I'm trying to say is I think we should go and see your family, because that's really important.
Alright. So your friends headed to the Blightwood. So far as we know, they seem to have some sort of disassociation with who they think they are.
Yeah, well, I don't see how that's relevant to they're relevant to my story. Doesn't, like, see, they popped up here, but it was like they'd just been drinking and didn't really care, and then they've popped over here and they don't remember who they are, and it seems they're in like some sort of enchantment, but there's no links. See how everything else is linked? Like, it links into the story, and they're just like...
linked to you, Ingwe. Wasn't the Pixie King rather interested in your home and where to get there? And then when I mentioned that they were going to Blightwood, his associate was listening. So wouldn't their link be directly to you and your home?
Yeah. Yeah, but we'd have to reorganize. I'll start, like, pulling it down. Making me the center. and then it like really, so like I think that like it would look quite beautiful, like all the things, because Ingwe has like a map of like the story with John, and you'd see like links coming out from all the different people, and then like as he links it into himself, it'll look really ugly and discordant. In the same way, like do like a visual.
All right. Well, shit. This is a hell of a situation. I'm mostly concerned. I mean, I have ever not been worried about my son the whole time I've been gone from him. But I'm glad to hear last I spoke to him, things were going all right. But after speaking with Asiro, and hearing about all that had happened at Grotfort, I don't like that that's that close to my boy. I mean, my sister just had her child. I would love to go there to see if she's all right there, especially with what's happened with Miros. Forgetting my backstory character, Miros. And that would be down in Kingshelm. We've got to head to Mount Valor at some point. And if you're really not that concerned about it anyway, I mean, we could keep tabs on them, I guess. And if there's an issue, the upside is my sister could bring us straight to them. We could get her to take us straight to Blackwood.
Seems really dangerous, right? Like Miss Celeste was talking about doing dangerous things for no reason, and yeah, like me going to talk to Vartex didn't seem that dangerous, and it seemed like a good reason, and us going to find my friends seems really dangerous, and I can't, apart from interpersonal relationships, I can't see a good reason.
What about what I just said? The link to your home. The Pixie King is trying to find...
Yeah, my mum, and that's her story, right? Like, I'm supposed to have my own story. Otherwise I'd be traveling with them and not you. And actually, this is a way more important story than that. Like...
Okay. Forgive me for assuming.
I really appreciate it, and I know that you care about me, and I care about you, and I recognize that if you were in my position, you'd really care. So, thanks.
I don't mean this in a negative way in any way, anyway, so please don't take it this way. But I gotta be honest, this isn't even the honesty contract thing. You're a bit of a strange guy.
You too, Mr. John.
That's completely fair. Yeah, you view things different, and I mean, if anything, you've had me broaden my horizons to the way people see the world. So, I tip my metaphorical hat to you in that sense.
I just want to confirm one thing. If your friends were to die, I just want to make sure that this would not weigh too heavily on you, because it would be a burden to bear. I just want to make sure that you are viewing this as objectively as possible.
Yeah, like don't get me wrong, I'm not unemotional about it. But, like, if Mr. John's son was to die and he wasn't there, he would feel like it was his fault, right? And one of my friends, I'm really sad that my friends died, but it's not my fault. It's not their journey's like, it's kind of even more than that. Like my mum is really powerful, right? And she could come. You know, when we were in that cave, like she could have been watching, and she could have come at any moment, and she could have just like, I reckon she could probably even defeat a dragon, like, but she's not gonna come because that would take something from me, like she, they're not, the elders aren't gonna come, like the elders could come, the elders know what they can. They check in on us and follow our stories and see who we are, but we're here to make our own story, and it wouldn't be our own story if they came. So yeah, I'm sad, but it's not my maybe it's my story, like you say. Maybe it's maybe there's a link that I can't see at the moment, but like we're not. It's not my story, and I think that I'd be taking away from them if I ruin my story following Mr. John to chase them.
Okay.
I think your story is just whatever you choose it to be.
Yeah.
And whatever you choose your story to be, I think I'm gonna hang around for a bit. That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, sure thing, Mr. Drekic. And maybe your kids will too.
I have kids?
And no, like, and maybe your grandkids. And I'd love to spend time with your family while I'm out here in the world.
Gosh, I haven't even considered kids.
How old are your people getting, Way?
How old do my people? Well, I know lots of people that died out in the world, and none that died at my home. And
none.
My home. The first story happened when the last time the mountains moved. The 12, they decided to form the community to keep the stories, and yeah, so those 12 are probably 4 million moons. No.
I don't know the conversion rate, but that sounds like a lot.
Is some mystical force saying
3,000.
3,000.
3,000, damn, okay.
Like, the same as Mr. Vartex. Maybe he's an elder. Maybe, I wonder if he spoke. I'll ask him next time I see him if he's ever met an elder.
How old's Vartex?
3,000 years.
Shit. Well, we definitely need to speak about what you and Vatex spoke about at some point, but yeah, I mean, you know what? You've explained it enough that I understand your viewpoint. I may not fully agree with it, but I can see where you're coming from.
I mean, you know me, Mr. John. I'm an open book. I mean, I can tell you word for word what I said, but I did speak to him for 4 hours last night. So,
yeah,
if you've got 4 hours, I can repeat the conversation.
The summarized version, unless, you know, we got a long trip and we need some gaps filled. But I think for now, all right, we should probably figure out exactly where we're heading. Well, if that's the case, why don't we, if you all are okay with this, take the most direct route to King's Helm that we can while surpassing, just to make sure my boy's all right. And then from there we can head back up to Mount Valor, do what needs to be done there, and then maybe head over to Blightwood from there. And I don't know if anyone else has got anything else planned or any particular direction they need to head, but we do have to go back to Mount Valor at some point.
Is Mount Valor the tattoo place?
Yep.
The tattoo parlor or whatever it is?
Yeah, kind of. That's
all right.
It's where the door is that we couldn't open last time.
Oh yeah, and now we found Mr. Dreckett. We can open the door.
Yep.
And get the book and stop other people from getting it. That's right. Remember? So, Mr. Dreckett, we have to find this book to stop other people. We have to open the door of this very secure place that it's in and get it so that no one else can. And we're the only ones that can open the door. This seems like a really good plan.
What? Wait. Shouldn't we just leave it alone? I'm confused. Or is it getting the book going to explain why we have these growing tattoos on our arm?
Well, the tattoos are so that we can get the book, right? Like, we get the tattoos so that we can get the book.
But the tattoos keep growing. Do they need to grow to a certain point so we can get the book?
I don't know. Maybe we'll go there. Maybe we should go and look at... No. Mr. Johns has an urgent... I think this is going to take a long time.
I feel like we should go on the road and talk about this while we're going...
Yeah. Long story short, I think we need to get the book because if we don't, we have the key burnt into our arm, which means someone's going to eventually want to come take either our arm from us or our life. And,
Clarifying, is this a key or a map?
Both, I think.
Was the key getting bigger or is the map getting bigger?
Both.
Yep.
This is all very confusing.
Yes. That's the simplest answer all morning. Yes.
And look, I hope the book has some answers, but the problem with me and books is we just don't go together.
We got your back, man.
That's all right. I'll read it to you.
Oh, John, quickly, let's write a letter before we leave.
Yep. All right. Can I find whatever needed?
Say words and you're going to take it down?
Yep, pretty much. Just don't go too fast.
All right. Dear Josiah.
Josiah.
I am not banished. I am not a hero. Currently in... Where are we?
Currently, where are we?
No, John, that was a question to you. Where are
we? I know. I'm kidding. We're in Kronos.
Kronos. Which country's Kronos in?
Kingdom of Quell.
We are currently in Kingdom of Quell, heading to King's Helm. Yes?
Correct.
Hope you're doing well, Dreckett. Yeah.
Perfect. And...
P.S. P.S.
Yep.
I think Father hates me more now. I have a lot of gods tattooed on my arm. Yeah.
Father hates me more now. I have a lot of tattoos.
Yep.
On my arm.
Yep.
All right. Done.
All right, cool.
Just give it a moment for the ink to dry and then do what you need to
Toss
do.
it away.
Yep.
Okay. What is your plan?
Everyone all right with what I mentioned? We head over to my boy, make sure he's all right. Make sure that nothing going on in Gratford is running over, causing any trouble. If need be, take him over to King's Helm, check on my sister while we're there, and meet us, and then head back over to Mount Valor.
Are you there by himself, Sean?
My boy?
Yes.
Yeah. Under the circumstances, it seemed the best thing to do. I told him if he was ever in dire trouble, he would just have to head to my friends, but it seems he's taken to his training very well and just picked up a few of his own tricks.
Right. Well, pack up and get on the road then.
Let's go.
So, Sean, you would know that the direct route that you described is to go from Kronos towards Gradward, but obviously staying a little bit away from it.
A little bit of an arch.
The journey itself from Kronos to Gradward will take you 2 days, so there'll be 2 nights there. And on the 3rd night, you would arrive at Loxeable. Therefrom, you can get a boat to sail down the Prism River, and then travel maybe half a day on foot to Kington.
Okay. Boat. Half day. Kington. Perfect. All right. Anyone have any business they wish to attend to while here before we head off?
Hailing this.
Yep. Anything else? Should we figure out if they got any sort of cart system? Did we have a horse and cart downstairs?
Is Renault here? No.
No,
He's in.
Right, yep. Should we figure something out? Should we just head off by foot? It's only going to be a couple days.
Don't think they sell horses here.
They don't really have horses.
Maybe they got one of these ribbit horses, those frog horses.
Yeah, or like, I wonder how much a flying ship is.
I'm not opposed to walk. This is a different country than what I'm.
Yeah, it would be nice to collect some. It would be nice to talk to some trees and plants, and I mean, this is a very dead place.
Oh, Ingwe, I've also, when we're on the road,
Nope.
Secret.
Lost
your
We'll
voice
never
there.
know what. Never know.
I'm here. When we're on the road, I just have something I want to try.
Yeah, well, I'm here for all kinds of experiences, Mr. Drake.
As you all pack down your
Just makes
stuff
this spell
and get ready,
now.
as you all pack down your stuff and get ready to head off, we will go and have our break.
Woo!
You're off from there.
Oh, man.
We will be back shortly. Enjoy your break too.
See ya. Off to adventure.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice. The company are experts in specialty dice made from materials like semi-precious aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. Some things, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such the second era came to be, with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years, the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start the tension already started building again. Wherever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are a descendant from a real dragon. The empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ortenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Durlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
And we are back
And-
once again.
And Laura's gone.
Bye, Laura.
That timing. It's like, and
Three,
we're
two,
back.
On the
one.
stream, the camera was there, and then it just went black. It was gone.
So as you wake up in the morning, Celeste has gone, and
Technical.
in her place you find ashes,
Celeste, there she is.
paper, and more of that candy wrapper. Whatever have happened to Celeste in the meanwhile, we wouldn't know.
Was the candy wrapper? It got her.
The candy.
I was trying to close a window, like I was trying to close the tab, but I just. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Close the
Hello.
whole thing.
I was just like, bye.
Oh well, oh well.
Bye.
At least it works while we're doing this, so that's great.
Whenever
And 3,
the-
2, 1. There we go. Now everything's back to normal. Equilibrium have been obtained. So, you have all packed up and gotten ready to go. Is there anything that you want to do at the last moments before leaving Kronos to head towards Gradward?
I think Drakic just wanted to mail the letter.
Mhm.
And-
Yes.
No problem.
Yeah.
There is a mailbox where you can put a letter in, and you can put some money in, and it will automatically send it for you. Cost you 2
How much do you
silver
reckon?
per letter.
Do I know that it costs 2 silver?
It says so with very small letters, so probably not.
Letter in.
Yep.
And like a coin slot there. Grabs out a gold. Puts the gold in.
Thank you for picking Post of Arcanum. Ding 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 ding. Sorry, we're currently out of silver, so we will be repaying you the difference in copper. You
Okay.
now have 1 gold worth of copper, so that's, I guess, 8 copper. No, that would be more than 8 copper. That's
80,
No,
80
it's
18 copper, I guess, wouldn't it? Isn't it copper?
Eight-
10?
Is it 8
silver?
0?
It'd be 8-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, 80.
There
Yeah,
you go.
because it's 10 copper to a silver and 10 silver
Yeah.
to a gold.
Right.
Yep.
There you go. That is
guys,
now what you have.
I think I've broken the machine. Help.
What did you do? It says 2 silver here. You didn't see it.
I
said
just
2
put in a
silver.
gold piece.
Celeste just like lifts up her skirt and just like puts it under the the little coin thing where it's like the vending machine. She just holds it there. Just
Those cups that are in the old school like casino, like
This is in the middle of the tourist area as well, so everyone's just looking funny. And there's a guy just yelling at you like, don't let the rust monster get you.
There's a Ross monster. What?
I think they're just making up stories to scare us or something. All right. Well,
Right.
I mean,
yeah, Draco,
I mean-
open your bag so that I can tip this in.
you ever want to feel like a winner? Don't go to the casino. Come here and chuck
Thanks.
cook gold in.
Gosh. That was exciting.
did we want to
Are
go
you
shopping?
saying-
do we want to spend some of that copper before we go, Mr. Drecking? Is there anything you need? This would be a good place to get things that you need.
I think I have everything I need, though. I'm so used to not having money. It's weird when I have some.
What? All right.
Let's just go. What? John's son's waiting. We'll shop on the way.
No. So, you eventually head down to where the giant Ferris wheel is, and once again, I'm sure that Sean is loving the height.
Yep.
However, there is a bar.
Holding on.
There is a bar on each of the platforms, and your platform is this time number 2. And there is an automated service as there was previously, where you can buy something to drink, you can get a menu, you can sit down in the lounge chairs, try to stay away from the edge. You can also
Excuse me.
buy tobacco if that's what you're after. I'll just give that to you.
What? I'm feeling fancy today. Oh, room service robot thing. What is your fanciest alcohol?
We have a bottle of elven wine.
And how much would that be?
1,000 gold.
What is your second most expensive bottle?
We have half a bottle of elven wine.
Your third. Okay, let me just see. 50 gold. How much will that get me?
50 gold can get you dwarven spirits.
Yeah, that'll do.
He slides it's pretty much like this size glass. Looks like an ordinary, just plain old glass. Like if you're drinking milk or water or something. Slice that across, and it just smells. It just smells foul, you know, when you have like cleaning alcohol. That's pretty much the vibe you're getting, with a hint of ginger.
I think I may have made a mistake.
50 gold, please. Ding.
You go.
Gung, 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 gung.
Does anyone else want to try some?
No, I'm good. Just.
Oh, John, the view's lovely over here.
No, I don't trust this one. We're on number 2, the number most often referred to for shit. I don't trust it.
Oh, but John, you're missing out on the view. I mean, look over there. There's a bird. Oh, it's falling. It's on the ground now.
Jackie, I don't think that's helpful.
Fine on the airship. I don't know what's gotten into him. The airship was way higher than this.
I was inside for most of the airship.
You're inside now.
There were no windows from the kitchen.
Make a Constitution save, Mr. Drecking.
That's a 19 plus whatever I've got.
That's perfectly fine. You can feel it bite, but you bite back.
Tastes better than it smells. That's got a kick.
Takes about 20 minutes to get to the bottom. And as you eventually arrive at the bottom, everyone is left off as tourists and individuals who might work or live there go for a stroll. But you are free again on the ground to move around.
Celeste casually, as she's kind of like going over to Jean to like, come on, where we're going, she'll just cast prestidigitation and just make like a nice cool breeze scented like pine needles.
The ground, it just smells better alone.
Just
Thank you.
think, John. It's been over a week since you were last on the ground.
Don't tell me things I don't want to know.
Jackie, look, he's already lost all the colour in his face. Just let him. Come on, Jean, let's.
Sorry, it's so weird to me.
Wring the sweat out of my beard.
Oh, yuck.
That's nasty. Very well.
I think I must have lost close to a kilo.
Very well.
All right.
For the first leg of the journey, it will take you from Kronos to the edge of the Ivory Forest. It will take you a day to get there, and you will have to make camp for the night. Is there anything that you would like to do during the day with each other? Or would you like to skip to the camp?
I like to.
You lost half of what you said there.
I'd like to talk to Ingwe for a second.
Where?
Ingwe, you remember that bird? That weird bird with the weird voice?
Yes. Yes. The one that I didn't understand?
Yes, that one.
Oh, good. I've met lots of weird birds with weird voices, but yes.
Yes. Yes. Well, you see, I've realized, and I think it's some divine intervention, I think I might be able to understand them now.
Okay. Well, if we meet them again, then you can talk to them.
But can't you repeat what they said, sort of?
Oh, wow, my memory's pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think if anyone's gonna sort of say it the same way, it'd be you. Probably a good thing you're the one that heard them.
Do you want the words? I have them written.
Arak Arashun.
But also, John. So I need to touch someone who is willing, and they will be able to understand any spoken language it hears.
Can you not touch
yourself? I'm
yourself?
going to touch you on the shoulder. Ingwe is going to say the words that this weird bird from ages back said, and you are going to understand him.
All right. I gotta get used to magic. Apparently my son figured it out, so hit me with it.
All right. And then I pat him on the shoulder and I pray to whatever. What god would be the best god for tongues?
Knowledge.
Great question.
God of knowledge.
God of knowledge. That would be the.
Let me find a list.
Asgar. Knowledge and bravery.
Yes.
Often takes the shape of an owl.
Indeed.
Asgar, please grant him the ability to understand.
Well.
Go, Ingwe. Say the words.
Arak Arashun.
And what you hear, Sean, is you have the eyes of the Fang Master on you. Does the spell tell you what language it is? Or does it just tell you the meaning?
The spell grants the creature ability to understand any spoken language it hears. Any creature that knows at least one language and can hear the target understands what it says. So no, it doesn't.
Cool.
I think, yeah, you definitely must have said something. That doesn't make a ton of sense. Try it again.
Arakshun.
That was the same thing. You sure you definitely get in the writing way?
What is he saying? Is he just saying Arak Arashun?
No, you just said it too. So that's both of you are saying you have the eyes of the Fang Master on you. Did I remember that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
wait, what?
He did say lots of other things, but that's all that I could remember.
That's the only thing that was said.
I think he said some other things and then flew away. Oh.
The eyes of the Fang Master. That makes sense. Like we had that little fang thing, right? And it followed us. That little shard of I stuck it in a pigeon.
Oh yeah, that thing.
Oh.
Where is
And-
that thing now?
Fang, yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Yep.
You hadn't been stung at that
That
point.
was way before.
Yeah, that was before that though, Ingwe.
Yeah, but maybe this was like result. Like we didn't understand the bird at the time, but
Oh, was it not the same
it still
bird?
happened.
Was it the same bird?
This was a
with it?
bird that happened on the way to me getting my fancy sword. So way
Yeah,
back.
yeah, I remember, like in the bush.
Yeah.
But I thought they were I thought it was the same birds that then attacked us, but I just didn't speak to them.
No, this was more like an ibis kind of bird that was watching you at night.
Oh, so the creepy bird is different than the ones that attacked
Hmm.
us.
Yeah, way different. It's like a white little bird, size of an ibis, kind of like a bin chicken kind of style. Where the other ones were like fucking massive.
Yeah, okay.
Meat-eating, insane people. Creature.
Ingwe could be right though. Like, what if that purple thing that stung him had to do with the Fang Master? That happened after, right? Maybe they got sent after the bird found our location. Maybe we've missed it other times and it's watching us. Like that'll be a way to keep track. Maybe it lost us and stuck us with that purple thing. Well, stuck Ingwe with that purple thing.
Potentially.
Do we?
I don't know if this has raised more questions than answers, to be honest.
Yeah.
Have I heard any Have I got any stories with like the Fang Master in them?
Not that you know of, no. It's not a sentence you've heard it being used before. Obviously, there's a lot of things with fangs and stuff, but not specifically, no.
I very much doubt it, but Jean hasn't either.
No.
Yeah.
None of you have heard the sentence Fang Master or the word or title or whatever this is before.
Eyes of the Fang Master are on you. Someone's
Maybe.
watching us.
What if it was just a weird bird that mimicked people and took that sentence and just said it to us because it's a sentence? And like, you know, those parrots that can mimic people and they just say things because that's all they know.
Nah, because I was able to understand animal at the time. Oh yeah, it could be. It could have been like the message. Like I can do that. I can
No.
like get a bird to. Oh, that's a great idea. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Wake you up. Get a bird. It's gonna come and speak to you in another language. That's a good idea.
Oh, all right.
What language that was in?
I don't recognize it myself.
While you're having the conversation, you notice that it's starting to snow a little bit heavier than before.
This is gonna make the journey a little tougher, but
What is?
I wonder what the weather's gonna be tomorrow.
It is going to be less heavy than currently, but still stay strong.
Don't worry. It's not gonna get any worse. It'll be lighter than this.
Celeste's going to put on her winter clothes again. Bundled
So
up.
weird seeing you without red hair. You kind of blend into the snow.
Sort of the point.
should we know what languages we can all speak? Would that be like a privacy each of us want to keep a little of?
I can speak common.
And yep. And anything else?
And draconic. Orc.
Oh, me too.
And gnomish.
All right.
Me free.
Gnomish is a weird one. One of the monks was a gnome. Yep, that's how I learned that.
Well, I mean, I got common and orc as well, but I also got a bit of dwarvish. Had an old friend of mine teach me.
Be fascinated to learn some of these languages. Perhaps during our travels you could teach me some phrases.
Aren't you old enough to know all the languages now? No offense, of course.
When you say old enough to know, it doesn't just come inherently as you age. You don't hit 50 and all of a sudden the entire Gnomish dictionary is imported into your brain.
I just think, I've been around for like just over 20 years and I know 4 languages. How many do you know?
I know 3.
Yeah. How's that?
Well, I didn't study any extra languages.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess that might have something to do with it.
I think you need to talk to people to learn their language, right? Like, well, I didn't know how to read and write because I hadn't seen any books and stuff, and then I came out here and then I learned to read and write. So, I mean, I think I could write. I didn't really know how to read.
Well, Common is my second language.
Oh.
Interesting.
That's interesting.
We didn't grow up speaking Common at home.
First language, not trying to be racist.
Is what, sorry?
Is Elvish your first language? I'm not trying to be racist here.
No, it's not, but I can speak fluent Elvish.
Oh, okay.
I speak Sylvan at home.
Oh, I can't speak Sylvan.
Interesting.
I'd like to learn.
I could teach you some phrases.
Yeah, maybe we can...
I mean, Jean already knows one.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Is that a word in Sylvan?
Yes, it means home in Sylvan.
Shit means home. Oh.
What?
Nope. She was referring to, holds out his hand, Lysenriol. Right?
Oh!
Correct.
Oh, sorry. Misunderstood.
That is cool, though. All right.
Cool. I can also speak to giants as well as those other ones that you guys mentioned. So
right, you said something to the bartender once, right? I didn't know what you were saying, but the big one at the previous town. I swear you said something to him.
Yeah, I was talking to him about the drinks. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Yeah, I didn't know what you were saying, but I heard you speaking something to him. I just assumed.
Yeah, because I can speak, and then there's kind of like a language that there's like a language of nature where like I can just in my tribe we have a language. I think. I don't know if it's shared with other.
Be curious to learn how to say "please don't eat me" in giant. Goodness, that would be handy.
Yeah.
That's something we should all know.
I feel like that's something we should know in every language.
Well, yeah. Let's. Please don't eat me. That's a good one.
Please don't eat me, and excuse me. Where's the bathroom?
Classic
Do you
words
speak
to live by.
Okay.
Another smart one. Well, I feel like you could say that in common, and if they reply, then I guess you have your answer, right?
That's true.
Well, for the remainder of the day, at least, it starts snowing a little heavier, and you can see the snow is starting to form and stay. Grass is slowly giving way to the snow, and it becomes a little bit more white than usual. It's still sluggish, not heavy, but it becomes a little colder, and eventually you have to bed down for the night.
Celeste just constantly got her arms in her cloak, like tucked under, and even though it's like resistance to cold cloak, she's just casting prestidigitation in her clothes, just to like a traveling heater as she's walking. Yeah.
Sapping everything, and it comes down.
There's just like melting snow behind her as she's walking because she's keeping herself at like a constant like 25 degrees.
At a point, Drakik pulls out his parasol and just is protected from the snow.
Yeah, it's very functional.
Sean's definitely taking in the briskness. Even though they've just come from the snow, it's snow he's more familiar with.
This is home snow.
Yeah, exactly.
But for now, you can bed down for the night. And you can keep watches if you want to. That is up to you.
Throughout the day,
watch, I think. Oh yeah.
throughout the animals.
Sorry, you're cutting out a little bit there.
And they will be saying, fast enough to find it. Ooh. Yeah, I should stop frantically Googling how to say stuff in giant. Anyway, small animals will come up to you and they will say in giant, please don't eat me. And then run away.
This is a learning experience. Yeah.
And then, where is the toilet? And what was the other thing Drakic said that we wanted to know how to say?
No, please don't eat me, and excuse me, where is the toilet?
Yeah, and so Ingwe will be obscurely disappear off into the bush, trying to out it,
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Just need to be over here.
Drakic, if you see a cat come back, you should be concerned.
Well.
He'll make his way back eventually when he stops Googling things. For now, enjoy this lovely picture of Ingwe.
Can you hear me?
Oh, he's back. Hey,
there we go.
Falling out of it.
So, cool. And then at bedtime, we're gonna put up the tent.
Yep.
Yep.
And I'm gonna let everyone know that I'm going to see Vartex.
Oh, do you want to do it inside the tent?
Yeah, if we're all getting ready for bed, Ingwe would take off the same get ready for bed, take off his armor and things, hang the thing up.
Is there a particular reason, just out of curiosity, for this visit?
Now, no, I was just gonna go and visit him. I think I'm gonna ask him if he wants to have an orgy. Do you want to come?
Not in that sense.
We never
Ladies
said
and
the show was
gentlemen,
PG.
we got him.
Not for children.
Well, anyway, I didn't think it was your cup of tea, but I think it's Vartex's, but I'm going to go find out. If it's not, then I'll be back in a minute.
Please be very careful, Ingwe.
Okay. So if you're not back in a minute... Look, you have fun. I'm going to go sleep.
Just use whatever you people consider protection.
If you're not having an orgy, come get me. I think I'd like to come in and not... Oh my gosh, I'm going to like that.
Someone please clip that. Oh, well.
Just sucking and fucking all through the night.
Just one of them days, you gotta keep the heat up.
It's weird how literally 5 minutes ago Ingwe was carrying around an extra dimensional prison, and now it's it's a fucking porn set, basically.
It's just, there's a swingers party in there now.
Yeah.
We don't know that. Vartex might not be keen. Ingwe might be back out in a minute, inviting...
It's 5 minutes away from potentially becoming that.
It's like Schrodinger's cat.
Yeah.
It is both a sex party and not a sex party at the same time.
Yep.
It's like the open invitation. Well, if he's going to do that, what are the rest of you doing in the meanwhile, while he's figuring out what's going on with his...
Do you reckon he's going to go outside and start first watch?
Right.
Celeste will also go out. and do a watch as well.
So 2 of you on first watch make a perception check. Or the one on first watch, if only one of you is actually looking at.
Sean's not on watch, but he's definitely not in bed straight away.
Nope, that's fine.
Worried, concerned, and a little disturbed.
Ooh, I hope you rolled well.
So did you two do
19.
the first watch together? Oh, I guess you do because you take two watches normally. So what did you get, sorry?
Yes. I got 19.
13.
That's right. 13. It is growing a little heavier during the night. But as far as you know, it's going to lessen up tomorrow because of what Engway used this item for. You do notice at the very periphery of, as far as you can see in the forest, there are wolves. They're not aggressive, but they definitely have taken notice to you. But you don't see anything else out of the ordinary within the period. Anyway, you pop back into the cell, and it looks similar to what it was before, except currently Vartex is making an ice sculpture. And it's like chiseling away in the middle of his cell. He's wearing like overalls and looks like he's a bit of a handyman at the moment. Well, anyway, you're back again so soon. Is this another week? Has it been a week?
A week? No. It's the next night.
Right.
If you want, for the next little while until that. I think there's a flaw in this plan. I might not be able to come every night because if something dangerous happens, I won't be able to help my friends.
Right.
Because there's no way for them to communicate. Oh, can you hear outside if the thing's open? So
No,
like if they get attacked.
I can't hear anything outside of here.
Anyway, well, like I was saying last night, my family's look all about coming out and experiencing the world and going to poetically proposition and then fade to black or leave.
But as you give him the proposition, he freezes for a second and looks very confused, but you also see something else in his eyes. And you can make an insight check.
No. Wait.
Nope.
I think this is it. I'm going to... Yeah, okay. I'm going to use my inspiration that I got. So my insight is 26.
He gets angry when you ask him that. But he's trying to show he's not. And he politely declines and goes back to chiseling his statue.
Interesting. Well, yeah, well, I mean, I got the wrong idea. Do you want to keep sharing stories?
Of course. I'll be more than happy to share stories with you. Just keep dropping by as often as you can. But don't worry about me. I can take care of myself in here.
Cool. What about beers? Can we put some beers on?
You can have some beers if you want. I can do anything in here.
I will go get. Oh no, Drekix. Oh no, I didn't know that Drekix was on watch. I'm gonna go back out.
Right.
Oh, Mr. John. How'd it go? I just came to invite Drekix to see if he wanted to have some beers.
You're a little quiet there, Sean.
Not talking at all.
My bad. Yeah. I thought you were gonna invite him for something else for a moment there. Yeah, I think he's out there on watch with Celeste. I was just trying to get some shut-eye. So everything went okay.
Oh, just one of those stories, like I got the wrong end of the stick about leprechauns and fey creatures, I thought. And then, because Celeste was saying about my friends that found those people in Dagwoods and then forgot who they were. It was a silly face story. Anyway, I'm sure I'll find someone that likes me out here like that one day. But,
All right. The wrong end of the stick isn't a euphemism, right?
like Ingwe would look real disappointed and like rejected right now. Like I'm trying to cover up like the massive rejection of like there's no more like you're the embarrassing old person. It's like
John rolled a natural one on insights.
No, you know, I thought that. Yeah. Anyway,
it's fine.
Mr. Drick's on wash. Maybe.
Yep.
Maybe I should. Well, anyway, if you let him know that that there's no euphemisms or anything happening around here, so if he wants to come for some drinks, I'm telling stories again.
All right.
And if something happens, I can't hear inside, so maybe I shouldn't. But that'd be weird if I don't go back now. Crap.
I'll tell you what, why don't you wait here for a moment? I'll go find Drekik, let him know, and then let you know what he thinks.
Nah, I'll let Mr. Drek know that he can come for beers if he wants, and then I'm gonna go back in. But let me know if there's any trouble, because I can't hear. Anyway, hey, Mr. Drekik.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, Ingwe, you're back. You
Yeah.
okay?
Good. I just wanted to let you know that you can come for beers later if you want.
Beers. Oh, good. I look awkwardly over at Celeste. Hey, are you good for the watch now, or?
We have more important things to do than I can take care of it.
Well, I'll resume when I come out, if that's all right with you.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So two of you pop into the amulet, I'm guessing?
Yep.
And who is taking the next part of the watch? Just you? Make a perception check.
15.
But the wolves are still howling around and moving around within the forest, but you see that they're accompanied by young. They have their children with them. I'm not sure what you call that. Wolves? Like the cubs?
Pups.
The cubs. They have the cubs with them, and it seems like they are digging a little hole for each other. Like they're trying to make a camp themselves, sort of. Seems to be about 5 or 6 of them. But they do not seem to be aggressive in any manner. That's it.
Celeste will... What's the weather like at the moment? Like, is it still like heavily snowing?
Heavy snowflakes coming down, and they're starting to stay. So you can see the tent itself isn't changing color to white. It's staying the green and brown that you've always had it. The snow doesn't seem to hit it and then stay. It seems to just vaporize when it hits the snow, hits the tent. Where the ground itself is covered now, fairly thin, but with snow.
Right. So Celeste will just do what she normally does, when she's out by herself, and just play some music, maybe start writing a story. That's it until her watch is over, and then if Drekik or Ingwe back, she'll ask one of those two to take watch. If not, she will wake up Sean.
So unless there's something funny with time inside, Ingwe would tell a couple of stories and then say, "Oh, anyway, Drakik, I hope you're enjoying your beers. I promised Celeste that I'd be on the next watch."
Oh yeah, I think I might as well come out with you. I need to sleep a little. Right, I think.
Right. So there's nothing funny with the time. It seems to work perfectly normal. He just seems to have a hard time figuring out what day it is because he doesn't see the day in a extended period of time. So I'm guessing that one of you would end up doing the next watch. And whoever does that, roll that perception check.
Oh, Ingwe would be going with his excuse to awkwardly leave, and would be insisting that he does the watch, Mr. Drakik.
All right. Good luck. Good luck, Ingwe. Have fun.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful song, Miss Celeste.
Thank you, Ingwe. I've been working on this one for a couple of years. It's getting there.
I'd love to sing with you sometime. Some songs from home. Anyway, do you want to get some rest?
Hope you to sing them with me, Ingwe. And like as she plays as well, like something that Celeste does when she is like playing like the pan flutes or whatever, just as a note, she also uses her magic to like enhance it. So like she'll be using like prestidigitation to like make notes like hold on longer and like fade out, even though she's actually like not playing that note, and like just like little things like that. Or like other instruments as well. So like she'll be playing the pan flutes, but it also feels like sounds like there's like a guitar strumming in the background or something. Like it's kind of uses that.
Very well.
Just as a general aside. But yes. Yes, I'll go to bed. How's your evening with our friend?
I think like this world's so confusing. All the stories seem wrong. I want to try things, but not even. I thought he might like to try. I'm pretty upset about it, actually.
What is it that got you so upset?
I just have a sense that no one really likes me.
It's not true at all, Ingwe.
It was nice to come and sing with you.
Come and sing with me.
It can be pretty lonely being different.
Definitely can. There's one thing that you and I agree on, it's that.
Did you see anything I need to look out for while on watch?
There are some wolves. They're just minding their own business. They're a ways away. They've got some young pups with them. So I think that they're just being cautious.
Okay. Okay. Ah. Yeah, I can see them.
Right, well, have a good night. Go. She'll tap him on the shoulder and just give him a inspiration D8.
All good.
Head to bed.
Lucky I got inspiration. My perception is 17.
Right. You also notice the wolves, and you see the things that I described earlier as well. They seem to be bedding down for the night in a little circle around their young. And they seem to be protecting them. Seems to be a whole family of them, really. But they're just wolves.
Yeah, so I'm going to continue to sing.
Okay.
Like in a kind of singing like a wolf. I didn't... yeah, maybe I can sing in wolf. I'm going to howl to the moon.
Sure. You can do that. You do catch their attention, but they also seem to lay back down.
Yeah, like I assume they would have noticed us, and like they would.
It's more you changing to suddenly speaking in or singing in wolf.
Yeah.
Be something that would catch their
eye. Yeah. Cool.
All right. That's the end of you. Sean, you're the last watch, I guess? Or was that already 4 watches? That was only 3 watches, wasn't it?
1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. 3 watches. Yeah.
So Sean's up.
If need be. Yeah. Oh, nice. 25.
25. You have had the wolves pointed out to you. You can see that there's a bit off in the distance. There's a ship on the sea traveling towards Kronos area. There's an eeriness in the air. Like something isn't quite right. You try to look around, you try to pinpoint where this is coming from. It's like someone's watching you. And then you notice a figure on your left side, right outside of the light, right on the other side of where the light ends and the darkness begins. It's a woman, dressed in a beautiful ball gown, reds and blacks, long black hair, beautiful woman. She's just standing there looking at you. You're unsure how long she's been there. But that's definitely where the sensation is coming from.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Sean.
Do I recognize the voice?
Yes.
Yes.
What has always been in your head since you made a deal.
Lily. How are you?
I've been thinking.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to Gradward, aren't you?
We're going close. Sure.
If you ever go inside, I can get you what you want. There's something in there that I very much would love to possess. And it will help me to achieve my goal and your goal.
Is this, by chance, the thing you were speaking of last night?
Potentially, it could be my way out of this situation as much as your way out.
And you
I let you
in the city of Gradford.
I can sense it. I used to live there. Very briefly. Many years ago.
Of course you
did. I lived in many places. I'll let you keep your stupid little arm under your control. You get your wife back if you follow my instructions. And I get one object within those walls.
So all you want is one thing from the twice cursed city, and you'll give me back my wife. Let me keep this arm, and you'll be free to reunite with that person you were speaking of, or would that still be okay?
I just need one item. It's very simple. It's a crystal cross. It's embedded into one of the walls in a basement. When I left in a rush and didn't quite get it with me.
This would be in the basement of your previous home, I presume.
Well, I mean, in my previous domicile, I wouldn't call it my home. The individual who didn't do that for long.
Huh, ominous. Great. All right.
Well, what do you say, Sean?
Can I see my boy first?
Oh, of course, no rush. I'm just eager to be reunited with someone very special to me.
You got any good excuses for why I need to go in there?
Any good excuses?
Well, I can't lie due to another deal to my associates.
Well, I've been listening in a little bit, and it does seem like you had an interest in going there anyway.
Sure, in that general vicinity. I don't think we were gonna go treasure hunting inside.
Well, if you do find yourself in there, or if you want to find yourself in there, I'm sure you can come up with a logical solution and a way to weave your words in a non-lying matter.
Shit. All right. What does this crystal cross do anyways?
Doesn't matter, Sean. What matters is your wife, right? She fades out of existence.
Fuck, I have one more. Alright. Well, shit. I'm gonna look over. Do I notice the wolves being reactionary at all to this? Like any wildlife or anything?
Nothing seems to react. You don't even see footprints on the ground. There's nothing there.
Shit. Oh boy. What fucking shit have you gotten yourself in, Jean? He's gonna go sit back down, continue the rest of his watch, and then start putting together a breakfast of sorts.
What?
Immediately realized, fuck! Forgot to grab more ingredients. Rations and rice, I guess.
For the remainder of your night, nothing else out of the ordinary happens. And you start seeing the sun come up. Though heavily clouded, it starts to become morning. And the tent has its advantages. It's always a mild, hot, temperate climate inside, which helps fall asleep. But the wind outside is cold. And then every now and then there's a wind that kind of casts your skin through the cloth moving. And you feel a shiver all the way to your bones.
Just when I was enjoying home's cold. Great. Alright, everyone. I think we gotta start getting up, getting ready. Morning time. Banging whatever utensils I got on the, like, the floor, the poles, the wood, anything I could find. Just ding, ding, ding.
Yep, no problem. You're woken up with the sound of breakfast.
I realized I forgot to grab ingredients, so it's rations and rice again.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about before we left. Do we need to buy anything?
Yep, you were 100% right. My dumbass just forgot.
Just hear
Well,
Celeste say, "Thank you for breakfast, John," as Mage Hand just like comes out of the tent and like picks up the food and like on a plate and takes it back.
Very well.
well, maybe I should go forage. See if I can
Sure.
find anything.
We're on the edge of a forest, right?
Well, I mean, there's a little bit. That's where the wolves are, but yeah, technically.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if we want to spend an hour, get a bit of food for the rest of the journey, if you want to see what you can find, I'll go do a little bit of hunting.
No, it's only that we don't need to kill anyone. It's here I can. It's alright. I can feed us. We'll buy some food in the next town. Don't.
All right. Sean puts his longbow back in his bag.
Right.
Once you're done with that, we can go for a trek to the next spot.
You obviously
Can
didn't.
we?
Oh, Drake,
Sorry.
you're on the other side of the tent there. You got to come around here. It's difficult to hear from that side.
I'm back. I was wondering why you were ignoring me. Guys, look, you don't have to go forage. It's alright. Waves his hand and casts create food and water.
Boom, boom. What kind of food and water?
Just like,
Rations and rice.
Just double.
It will never end.
the water being water, and the rations being like apples and fruits.
Oh, yeah, fresh vegetables and fresh fruits and stuff. That's nice.
Oh shit, that's a neat trick.
Can we add the 5 temp HP from that? Sure.
From the breakfast thing? Yes, you three can. You can only do it for 3 people a day, but yeah.
But
I'm the chunkiest of us, I believe. So.
You're chonker.
well,
Chunker.
No, you should add it to yourself, because I have a thing. I have temporary hit points that don't stack.
You've got a different thing? Alright.
know.
You don't really eat this dried meat anyway? Alright, let me...
he doesn't eat dried people. Oh boy, yeah. Oof, that's a mistake, isn't it? Yeah. Right. Oh, you all
Blast.
finish up your
Do
wonderful
you want
breakfast.
some fruit with that breakfast? Chucks an apple in.
Thank you.
It's okay.
So, I was thinking this morning, right? I've told you guys about the circumstances on my farm, right? My home.
Yeah, kinda.
Correct.
Well, with everything going on there, and the city nearby being called the Twice Cursed, I thought, what if that's the origin of all this shit?
Would make sense.
Right?
Yeah.
Do we know of any of the curses that actually took place in Gratbort and why it has the name Twice Cursed?
Well, one had to do with that. What did that guy call it? The one where he turned into a wolf person.
Oh, like on
Lycanthropy.
the ship.
Yep. That was one of them. He said his family was cursed, and that's how he ended up with that sort of thing, remember? I can only tell you guys. This is my deal.
Right.
But the other, I swear they spoke of as well. I'm just having trouble finding it in my notes.
It wasn't specifically mentioned,
Yeah,
but it is the most. It was referred to as a more or less obvious situation currently going on there. It wasn't specified more than that.
something along the lines of shit's fucked.
Right.
Yeah.
Does sound ominous.
Yep.
Seems, isn't that the mission that you've come out to, find? Remember when you first met us, you were like, I'm trying to look to find some people that are good at fighting to come and help me fight the evil.
Well, yeah. So I was looking for people to help me stop whatever was there, but I knew there was some trouble going on in Grodford. I'd heard vaguely that, it was a troubled place, but I didn't know to what extent. Now that we're hearing it's a twice cursed city, I'm thinking that it could be the origin for this, and if we head in there, we might be able to stop this thing once and for all, whatever it might be. Although it does sound dangerous. So I would be more than happy to pay you all for your time and companionship.
Oh, John, don't be silly. You don't need to pay us anything.
Aren't we already going past the city anyway?
Well, yeah. I originally thought
So
it
it's
might
literally
be,
not even out of our way.
yeah. Yeah. I guess so.
Wouldn't
I
hurt
was
to have a
originally
look.
For sure. I was originally gonna just suggest getting my boy out of there and maybe taking him over to Loch Siebel as we head that way, but I mean, if we just clear the problem while we're there, we won't ever have to return, right?
Then you don't need your boy can stay and study to be a wizard.
Yeah. Whatever it is he's doing, I guess he can do it in a much better, safer environment.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could prepare ourselves and get ready. I've got this potion that should help. Oh, I bought them some paint too. If we go and figure out what's in there, we could prepare ourselves for battle. Maybe sneak in and see what's there, and then investigate rather than just going in and fighting stuff like we did with the dragon thing in Drekic's place that got that thing.
Yep. No, I think we'll definitely need to be very careful about it, the way we enter in there.
So what is it exactly that you would expect to find there, Sean? Is there anything that, any sort of indication as to what we would find?
I don't really know. I know what attacked my home, and that was very reminiscent of what we encountered back when we fought that big spider person-like creature, which I realized, Drek, you weren't there for. But
You
that was back in
what?
Yeah, it's like a spider person. I don't know. Anyway, you were intimately familiar with the anatomy of that creature.
Yeah, the legs were like a spider, and the top was like a purple creature. Yeah.
That was in Calencourt, right?
Correct.
Well, yeah, I know that whatever attacked my home was similar to what attacked Calencourt. Those undead
Or was
creatures.
it Broken Bridge?
Broken Bridge was the snake people.
Too many different types of creatures to keep track of.
Are you having this conversation while you're walking, or are you having camp?
Yeah, while packing up, I guess.
Okay.
Well, I could ask the wolves.
I've just been imagining that Celeste has been laying in the tent with just her face, looking out, having this
Everyone else is packing things.
Walking in a sleeping bag.
Someone carry
You want
me.
my parasol?
Just hopping.
Boing, boing. Right. No, just checking.
I could ask the wolves. I could go and talk to them about it and see if they know anything, or any of the other animals in the forest.
Emma's frozen.
I guess. Yeah, any help, any information we can get, I guess, would be very helpful.
How far away are we from it? We must be pretty close if we were halfway.
I think we'll get there this evening if we continue on at the rate we're going.
Wouldn't we have got to Kingshelm this evening if we... Wasn't that...
No, we gotta get past Gradfort, head over to the Duvet Forest, then from there down to Loch Siebel, which will take another day, and then it's a half day on a boat before another half day journey to Kingshelm.
So we're gonna arrive to the scary cursed city at nighttime and sneak in the dark and see what's in there.
Well, we'll get there at night. We can figure out the rest once we're there.
Yes, no, I definitely wouldn't like to go in at night, but having a look, kind of just scouting the area and seeing what we're in for, potentially cover of darkness might be to our advantage.
Yeah. Shit. Scariest times. The best for sneaking. Goddamn.
But I feel as though if anything's going to attack us, it's going to do it regardless. I don't think it's going to go, oh, it's daytime, we've got to wait another 4 hours. So as long as we're not spotted either way.
There we go. Is there anything else that you want to do for the majority of this day? Do you want to do something specific?
Like specifically all the kinds of animals that John was going to shoot with his bow and arrow will come up to John in different languages and say, "Don't eat me."
Very efficient vegetarianism.
Some of which John would understand because he speaks Orcish. So it'd be like a cycle rotating of like animals. Orc, gnomish, giant, elvish, dwarvish would come up and just be like, "Don't eat me."
Dwarvish and orc.
You're a grown-ass man. You're a hunter. You've killed a lot of animals, and this is not a problem. But you do feel a little uncomfortable when this squirrel comes up on your shoulder with eyes full of water and says in Dwarvish, "Please don't eat me, sir. Please."
Stay clear of my kind, I guess.
You stay clear of my kind. He jumps off and beats.
What the fuck are these animals talking to me? Trying to make me feel bad.
As we're walking, Celeste will engage Drekik in conversation, and just ask him about, his family and his sister, and like what happened with his sister, and like when was the last time and just kind of wanting to get a little bit more information about that situation.
Very well. You're a little low again. Still a little low.
I can hear him.
Oh, what?
No, I think that your audio...
it's because he did the thing.
Yeah.
So he disconnected. There we go. Sorry.
Oh, was it me?
Because you went out
No,
and you went back in.
she went down.
I went out and went back in because my camera froze.
But when you do that, it also does the thing.
Yeah.
It's all good now.
My family is an interesting one. Yep.
I have noticed
Seen
that.
my dad. Seen my dad. He's a pretty rough fella. My sister, I honestly don't know very well. Hardly spoken to her really. Would have left home before I was born. She popped back in a couple times, but really don't know her very well. When I was 7, I went to the monastery for 8 years, which is where I learned all the talk about the gods and how to be a cleric, and then my dad came and picked me up to help with the war efforts, because apparently when you're 15, you're old enough to fight. And then at some point, I made a mistake, which, I made a deal with the enemy, and the enemy broke the deal and betrayed us.
betrayed me. And that resulted in me meeting you guys.
Sounds like it's been difficult for you in terms of family.
When you say family, he sort of turns his head away from you and looks off into the distance and just goes, "Yeah, family."
Well, if there's one thing that I've learned on my journeys, is family's what you make it.
Times family of blood is not family of heart.
Yes. What's that saying? Blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Read that somewhere.
That before in my life.
Well, I do hope that somewhere along the way in your journey you do find a purpose.
Alexander.
I can't hear. I just hear like random words coming through.
ability.
It's not dinner, you guys. Just a break character. Not dinner.
I hope one day my family can see me the youngest. The baby.
I understand that. Take your story with us. When you're ready, you'll go home and tell it.
He just sort of nods his head and he sort of walks away from you for a bit.
I didn't hear that last bit.
He walks to the forest alone for a bit. Let me turn up my microphone.
Speaking with you as well.
As you press on towards the day, eventually it becomes darker quicker than you're used to because it's overcast, it's clouded, it's still snowing. So the day itself seems shorter than it pretty much is. And eventually you need to find shelter for the night once again. You arrive in an area that is covered in what looks to be ruins and rocks. Seem to have been scattered across a vast distance. You can see a city not far off, maybe a few kilometers, maybe a little longer than that away. And it looks similar to what you could expect from a cursed city. The area you're in now seems to be a better location to get shelter for the night, in between the rocks and rubble. And you notice that there's a bit of a flaw here. Seems like there was once some kind of structure here, but only the floor really remains, and the rest of the walls have crumbled or decayed. But at least for now, it is a place to put up your tent and relax.
Is the floor made of stone or wood?
Stone floor.
Does it look akin to like ruins of some nature?
Yes. You can make a investigation check, and Sean, you can make a history check.
Okie dokie.
Investigation.
Story.
15.
15. The structure itself that you see is some sort of... It was once probably some sort of entry room. There's no more stairs. There's nothing left really of the structure itself. It's literally just the flooring. And then few feet of stone around it. And as you look around, you also notice all these rocks around you are also kind of leftover ruins, or something must have happened to this building, and whatever rocks is around here seems like it's come from this building, maybe. But it seems fairly harmless. There's a little bit of furniture left in there, pretty broken and beat up by the weather. There's some crates and stuff that's been destroyed long ago over time. All seems to just be leftover stuff. There's an old fireplace that once worked. Looks like a few other people might have made camp here and used that to somehow gather for heat. Looks like it's been used not long ago, maybe a month or so. What did you get, Sean?
3.
3. Nah, you're not quite sure. Like, there's a lot of ruins around. This could be pretty much anything.
This seems like a good spot to hold up.
We can't put our tent down here. We'll have to go off to the side.
Well, maybe before we set up the tent and stuff, we should have a quick look around. Just, you know, like, yeah.
Make sure that the area is clear.
All right. You can make a perception check, 2 of you. Whoever wants to go looking.
Sean definitely is getting involved in this.
Is there a city?
You can see the city further off, kilometers away.
14 for Sean.
And Drakik?
16 for Drakik.
Well, you hear a kind of a scratching noise a little bit. And you see this little red fox carrying a dead goose. Almost double the size of itself. Trying to get into a hole in the side of this structure that seems to have caved in. But it can't quite lift this thing by itself. So it's like trying to get it in. But other than that, the ruin itself looks pretty safe. It's a very basic, like if someone just put flooring down pretty much, as far as you can see.
Sean will awkwardly lift his cloak up a little and try hide the fox and goose from Ingwe.
So what?
You can make a stealth check, I guess. Versus a perception check, I guess.
Oh, stealth checks? They're at disadvantage for me. Woo!
Ooh.
8.
Yeah. That's the minimum I can get for perception is 8.
So you spot the little red tail every now and through Sean's poses. He's trying to,
hey, bro. Sorry for coming and interrupting you. Hey, do you want some? We were looking to speak to some people around here. I can help you with that goose. If we got plenty of food, we don't need your food. If you want, I can help you. But I'm looking for some information.
Do you just talk to it, or do you cast animal?
So it can understand me without me having to cast. And then if it tries to talk to me, I'll burn a spell slot. If it just runs away, then
it stops when you mention food and help, and it looks at you.
And then then I'll cast. I won't ritual cast. I'll just cast. I'll burn a spell slot to be able to understand if it says something.
You want to help me?
Yeah. We could make a deal. Yeah, I could help you. With your food, and anything you want in terms of making your home nice and safe. But
very nice.
Yeah, well, that's and my side of the deal is that you can let me know a little bit about that city over there. Have you been inside that city?
Oh yeah, the smelly city. Yes.
Well, yeah. So
we can do that. Yeah. My name is Truffles.
Hey, Truffles. Here. Well, here. Would you like one of these? It'll make sure. Do you have a family?
Yeah. This is for my babies.
Well,
I'm trying to get it into my cave, but it's too narrow. I have to pull, and it's too heavy.
Now, well, do you want me to cut it into pieces for you? Do you want me to cut it up for you?
No, it lasts better if you don't. Can you help me push it in?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. That'd be great.
And I will try to help him push it in.
So you get the feeling it's a girl, even though my
I will get,
very deep voice might not have.
I will try to help her push it in.
Right. She kind of claws into this little hole, and you can see that the hole itself opens up a little bit bigger underneath. It looks like it might have been a storage room maybe once, but it's kind of collapsed, and it's like maybe this tall. It's pretty hard to see in there. But you can make a perception check.
16.
It's not too bad. So you kind of help by pushing in this little goose body, which is, huge for this fucking fox. And you can see there's a few other small cubs. They're not very old. They're maybe a few days old, maybe a week max. And you see there's 5 of these little red foxes, barely have eyes. And one of them's blue. One of them's like sky blue almost. So it's a little different than the rest of them. But it looks like they're all fox. They're all the same type of creature. One of them's just discolored or a different color for some weird reason. And they're all kind of nestled up inside this little... To begin with, it looks like when you have like a braided basket, kind of like braided like this, and it's kind of broken and they're kind of laying inside there and nestled up together. But then when your eyes adjust to the light, you see that it's not. It's bone. You see a rib cage. You see bones of arms, bones of legs. Looks like they are living inside the body of a dead person. The head has been removed, or at least crushed or destroyed. That's hard to see. And there's a little piece of glimmer that comes off something on the side of this rib cage. And you can't quite make it out from where you are, but something catches the light in a little bit of a different way than the rest in there. Everything else in there is muddy and dirty and old and worn down, but something in there is different.
I will cast Detect Magic, which I can do at the same time as Speak with Animals, because Speak with Animals is not concentration.
But there is definitely something in there that is magical.
Hey, that is the goose. Hey, I also have these little berries as well. You can have one for each of your children, and they'll feed them today, so you can save the goose for tomorrow.
Oh, I love berries.
Yeah. Take them carefully. Take them to your. Does it look like I could reach the magical thing?
No, not from the outside. You would probably have to go in somehow. There's not a lot of space in there, so it looks pretty compact and stuff.
Yeah. So, we obviously got a deal. I just can see something in there that I think one of the things from the human might not be safe for your family.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get it if that's all right.
Yeah. Just don't hurt my babies. I'm gonna have trouble.
Yeah, don't worry. Just asking permission to go in. I'll be smaller in a second. And
yeah, that's okay. Come on, everyone, over on the left side. And she jumps in and pushes them over to where the goose is, and they start kind of like cats without eyes going towards the sound.
Yeah, so I'll wild shape into a fox.
Right.
And go and try and get the thing.
Right. So now that you're inside, you can see a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see that this is definitely the rib cage of some humanoid. Most likely elf, human, half-elf, something on the sides. The legs and the arms have been bent into positions that makes you think that this person was put here after they died.
Mm-hmm.
And both arms and legs have been cracked in places that makes you think that someone's been trying to shove them in here.
Mm-hmm.
The little metal thing that glimmers seems to be a dagger plunged in between the ribs of the back. You also notice a little pouch attached to what was once common clothes, maybe brownish, black, gray, it's hard to tell. You still get the ping of the magical essence, and it comes from the hand of this crushed individual. It was probably impossible to see when this individual was alive and there was skin on the bones, but they're holding a rock, a little sort of pointy rock in their hand. It looks like it's gone through where the fingers are. So it probably was a fight whenever this individual went down. You also notice a little ring on the same hand. Very heavily corroded and left to the elements. Just a metal band. Very simple. Nothing special.
Can I, as a fox, take the arm?
The arm?
Yeah, I think that would be the most efficient way to try and get out.
If you make a strength check
As a fox.
as a fox.
I don't know what foxes make, but I rolled a 12, so I'm imagining a little bit more than 12.
Not necessarily.
Not a lot.
That's not
but
a lot left. No,
not a lot
I think
more
you're
than
fine.
12. Yep.
I think you're okay. You managed to, with some force, push it off, and it pops out of the shoulder, and you have a cracked, broken skeleton arm with a ring and a little rock lodged between it.
I will telepathically say, I'm just gonna take this out to my friends, make some more room for your children.
Right. Are you gonna get the other thing too? The big pointy thing?
Oh, I thought the big pointy thing was in the arm.
No.
No.
So there's a dagger in the back.
Yeah.
And there's a rock in the hand.
Yeah, and the rock's magical. Yeah. I'll be back in a minute.
Right. I mean, I don't mind. I can keep it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's yours. It's in your home. I can take it out and make some more room and get my friends to make your place safe.
Right.
Yeah.
Up to you.
Yeah. So I will go out and drop the hand at John's feet, and telepathically say to him, show this to Celeste, and then I will go back into the hole.
Celeste, Ingwe found a little group of murderers.
Right.
What?
I don't know, he turned into a fox and followed that one and then brought up this human arm. I'm not even sure I should question things anymore.
Right.
Yep.
What else are you trying to achieve, Ingwe?
So I will go and get the dagger.
Right. So it's very hard lodged in there. It's actually stuck in one of the rib bones on the opposite side. That's how hard it was plunged into this person.
And it's in a hole. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You managed to eventually loosen it and get it out of there. The last thing that was left was that pouch as well.
But the pouch wasn't magical?
No, it was just a pouch. That is the only things that are slightly left of whatever was once there.
But like, does it look like if we take the human out, the thing's gonna collapse? Like, I'm not destroying this fox's home, am I? It's like a whole.
No, it's kind of like just like if someone
shoved someone into the rocks.
Yeah, it's just laying there on the ground. It's not like it's holding anything up.
Yeah. Okay. If the pouch is just loosely lying there, I'll get it out and then leave it. I think if Celeste has come over, Celeste is the obvious person to like drop the knife, go back in, get the thing. I want to. I want the fox to show me the city. That's actually what I wanted to do.
Yep. No, that's
and then
fine.
I've just been distracted by the magical things.
That's all good. So this fox comes out, drops an arm with a ring and a stone lodged in it, a pouch, and a dagger in front of you, and then yeets back in.
Assuming that was Ingwe.
Yeah, I think so. I can't really tell them apart with the other one, but...
Right. She'll gather the stuff up.
So you can make an investigation check as well.
I'm gonna just cast Identify.
Right.
Ritual cast Identify.
You can do both. Because you're holding it, so...
Investigation. Oh, I thought that was a natural 20. It's not. I got very excited. Still, it's alright. 16. Investigation... 20.
Right. So the stone is magical. The rest of the items are not. You get a very strange vibe of this thing. It's radiant magic that's been used. And it seems to be some sort of tracking device. But that's all the information you get.
Is it akin to the other, like, glass splinter that we get? Is like that same kind of magic?
No. It's it has a similar function, but it is a different type of magic. It is a different purpose. Where the shard was specifically linked to something else. This seems to simply just point towards something. But it's just a rock right now. It doesn't do anything.
Interesting.
And with your investigation check. The dagger is a very old dagger. It was probably once a nice dagger for anyone who would stab people in the back. It's nothing too out of the ordinary. It's full of like old glyphs and ruins and stuff like that. It's very similar to something that you've seen not so long ago when you were in Okulan. The only thing that really stands out to you is that on the hilt of this dagger, there is a symbol which seems to be a round shield with a skeleton dragon wrapped around inside it. And you would probably not know what that means. There's a pouch. Within the pouch, you find what was once a map. It's now been eaten away by mold and dirt and water and whatever damage would have happened to it before it was even put there. There's one piece that is still intact. And I will send that to you on Facebook, I think.
Facebook?
I'll send it on Facebook.
Oh, no.
That's how the cool kids communicate, right?
Only the cool kids are on Facebook.
Cool kids.
Actually, the cooler kids are on our Discord. Check it out.
That's true. They are on Discord.
We cut to a quick ad break.
Dun, 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 dun.
Let me just find the right one. So I don't give you any information you're not supposed to.
Send me everything. Just send the whole document. The one that you said was like main plotline. Just send me.
Yeah, no, it's not updated anyway. There we go.
Artex was your father the whole time.
I dropped it into a group chat. It doesn't have a lot of information. It has an X, and it says the Church of Old, and some sort of mountain chain, but the rest of the map is completely destroyed.
Do I recognize that mountain range?
No.
No, so it's not from anywhere that I've, like any of the maps or anything that I've seen before.
No, you haven't seen this on any maps before. And the last thing you get with your high roll, the ring itself seems to be pretty screwed up. It's pretty basic, pretty simple, nothing fancy at all. Seems to be some sort of wedding band of some sort. And it does have some sort of writing on the inside, but it's too damaged to see. And you gather that if you have a jeweler look at it, maybe they can help work out what's going on there. But itself is too corroded and damaged to really necessarily figure it out. Thank you for the raid.
Hey!
Sorry.
Got raided.
Thank you for the raid.
Rage and rolls. Thank you for the raid.
Very interesting moment in time.
Right as things are getting into the spookies.
Spooky part.
Right. But that's what you get with your inside your perception check at least, and your identify spell.
Out of curiosity, how damaged is this ring? Like, what kind of damage is it? Is it like?
It's mostly rust. It's a metal band, so it's mostly rust and similar situations.
Okay. And it's not magic.
It is not a magical ring, though. It is a simple,
Hello.
ordinary ring.
I'm wondering if there's a way that I can cast mending on this ring, because I know that because mending wouldn't put the like inscription back on it, but it might, if it like takes away the damage, I might be able to put the pieces together if I can remove the damage from it.
You can try if you want to.
Yes, I'm going to cast mending on this little ring.
Right. It says you can still kind of make it out. It's still damaged, but you can make out what it says now. It says, "The greatest of loves, Derlin and Macy."
Ha, cool.
Oh my god. Okay.
Anyway, what would you like to ask the folks?
Yeah. So can you just show me the smelly place and where you get in?
I don't really want to go in there. It's dangerous when I have the children.
No, don't need to go in. If you just show me where you get in, and then we'll come back straight away.
Well, there's many places you can get in. So there's a lot of holes in the wall, and it's easy to go in. It's dangerous though. Like if those evil things see you, they chase you. Some of them are quite fast, especially the fleshy things.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
fleshy. Yeah. Oh, okay. And have you haven't been in before, or do you go in to get food and stuff, or do you?
I go in sometimes, but I think you guys are maybe a little bit big to just go in the way I do. Offense.
Yeah. Well, but I could go in and check out for my friends, and then they could see that yeah. Anyway.
I can take you some other way if you want.
Yeah, yeah. Let's go. Let's go while my friend's looking at those things, and then we'll come back.
Okay, okay. Everyone, back into the nest. And she kind of herds all her young into what was once their home, but is evidently a dead person. However, she agrees. Yeah, come on, come on, come on. She just runs off without waiting. It takes a little bit to get there because the city is a few kilometers away, but you make great pace. She takes you to a pretty large breach in the outside wall. It seems like this city is probably almost as big as the capital. But everything has darkened, become moldy, blackened, broken, fallen, ruined. Everything seems like a battlefield. It takes you to the side and says, I usually come in this way here. There's a lot of buildings in there, there's a lot of scary stuff. I don't like to come in there, especially in the middle. That's really scary. That's where all the bad stuff lives. And as you're there, you do notice a few things moving. Because you're so small, they don't seem to take too much care in you. One of the things you see is this creature with long white hair and twisted body with arms that are almost 1.5 times its normal length. And its yellow eyes. Even in the daylight, you can see these eyes are like completely decayed, but there is some sort of glow in them. And they're just walking around like they're patrolling, like moving on top of the outside wall wherever they can. You see a few of them pop up here and there, and sometimes they'll jump off something and run, and go in and hide behind something else. Crawl up little towers here and there. Seems to be activity even though it's daytime. You see some large towers, some mostly intact, some of them badly broken. Some buildings have fallen over on top of other buildings and crumbled. You see, it looks like in the middle there is some sort of garden, some sort of large park of some sort. But it also seems like there's a giant crater of another kind. It's kind of hard to tell. There's a lot of big structures and some of them block the view for other things, but one thing you do notice is that there is a tower in the middle of the center of the city. It's a square tower. It goes up maybe 7 stories before it cracks. And then it continues on an angle and then cracks. And then the interior and the outside of it starts turning into what looks like black glass or black greenish crystal. And you notice that it's slightly pulsating with greenish energy. And you feel like someone's watching you.
I scamper back with the fox.
One thing you notice before you leave is on the opposite wall of where you are. There's another type of creature. This seems to be of a reddish, fleshy kind. And as you take off, a pigeon lands a little too close. And this creature, its face looks human. But when it sees this pigeon, the face splits into 4. And a tongue shoots out. But it doesn't stop as a tongue. It continues for 15 feet. You can see where the tongue ends. The entrails begin. And it kills the bird and swallows it whole. And gives way to 2 fleshy wings on its back. And that's where we'll leave tonight. There you go.
Gross. Also, fuck.
Oh my gosh.
You could see one
I'm gonna
section
just go
of the
hide.
city. Furiously taking notes. Oh boy. Oh boy, cool.
There you go. So, Sean.
Is it over?
Well, you didn't even go in
One of
yet.
my notes, I'm not going to say what it's attached to, but one of my notes is just in all caps. What the fuck?
What the hell's going on?
Well,
Cool.
there was a chance that that was not going to happen, but you
Thanks,
rolled one
Truffles,
higher. Thanks to Truffles, yeah. You might never have known.
Troubles. So Ingrid gets back and recounts exactly like Tom just did, so everyone knows the journey. And then there was like a purple tower, and it goes crack. And it's like a pulsating green energy.
Pulsating green energy. Yeah, that's my vibe.
Well, I mean, you've seen it before. You have one of them.
Oh.
Wait, what?
The necklace that Vartex is in?
No. The
Oh.
dagger.
Oh, no. I was going to say the dagger one, yeah.
Same greenish black energy as the dagger.
Oh no.
Dope.
Oh yeah, so the story that we don't know about your wife. Oh yeah, when Ingwe comes and tells you, oh yeah, the energy is just like that dagger that you have, that your wife's in. Yep.
Oh, good.
Yeah, oh yeah, and then there's this dude, the spaces split, splits into four, and the tongue comes out, and then it turns into entrails, and then it ate the pigeon.
Can you disguise yourself and reenact that moment, Ingwe?
Would you really want him to?
I'll never sleep again.
Well, I think we should just go in there at nighttime. That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that so far that you could see, you have only seen
The gate.
1/10 of the city from where you were.
Dope.
There's a creature that is 9/10 the city left. Like, that's how big the creature is, right?
The creature alone is 1/10 of the city, yeah.
It's gonna be an interesting one, but it's up to you. If you go in or not, that's up to you, of course.
Is this this feels like this is gonna be our version of Ravenloft.
You haven't got to that one yet.
But don't go talk to your Fey ally, because that's dangerous.
Come on, gang, let's go stop some bad guys. Don't you dare talk to that leprechaun.
Don't worry, Drake, you'll go to Valhalla anyway.
Only if
Oh,
I
maybe.
die in battle.
Only if you die with honor, really, I guess. So no crying.
If I start running away when I die, it's not honorable.
Right.
I was furiously taking notes while also trying to say howdy to the Raiders, which, by the way,
Yeah,
thank you,
yeah.
Raiders.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for dropping in. You came at a interesting moment where I'll explain it. Sean just realized that he found his dead dad. Which
Something
been
like
missing
that.
for years.
You guys don't know.
Well, I mean, true, but yeah.
Ah,
He did what now?
It was
That's
a wedding
true?
ring. It was a wedding ring, and there's only 2 of those wedding rings that says that. The other one.
Oh,
Yeah,
crap.
Sean hasn't found that yet.
yeah,
Celeste
John has no
found
idea.
Nope. So currently, Celeste, you're the
not?
only one who knows.
Celeste,
what's
like,
going on
it
with that
doesn't
fucking
actually
ring.
know what John's parents' names are. She's like, oh, that just says ring.
You met
Yeah,
Macy.
Chucks it.
You met
Yeah.
Macy.
She met Macy, and she knows.
And you know what his son is
Stolen.
called?
Fendriel.
Dad.
Wait, oh yeah, we did, of course, in
We do
Kingstown.
have
Yeah, you had dinner with her.
things. We have a Discord.
We do have a
Yes.
Discord.
I can't see
Yeah.
my can't see the chat because I actually set up a battle map for.
We have a Facebook as well, somewhere.
Just in case we didn't do fun things for 4 hours.
Oh,
Just
I
talk
get-
to each other for 4
you're-
hours straight.
Well,
Conversations regarding morality and what is right and wrong.
That's just what we know.
Oh, we do have a socials. Good.
That is just
For
what
the
we
new
normally
viewers,
do.
we spent a long time telling Ingwe, my character, that not to go into the magic item that he has to speak to his friend, because that might be dangerous. But it's
Instead,
okay to go into the big city with the zombies, because that's safe.
Doing the much safer alternative of,
Drake's confused
You have also just gone off by yourself without telling us where you were going. Again. To a very dangerous situation, which we established was very dangerous. So.
Very true.
Drake is just yeah, he doesn't understand the Vartex situation because he has seen nothing bad from this guy.
He's been fairly pleasant. He's been fairly pleasant.
He's been a very nice guy.
In that sense, that we really like your dad. We've never seen anything bad that your dad's done. He could be a really great guy.
It's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine.
My dad's a great guy from a certain point of view.
He's the best.
Well, to summarize what we just did today, I guess, Celeste found out that wherever there was supposed to be something, there is nothing, which is an interesting way to say it, but whatever she was looking for wasn't where she thought it was going to be, which was maybe expected or maybe unexpected. You learned a little bit more about Vartex, who's stuck in that amulet, and maybe he's not such a bad guy after all.
He's not really.
No. And you met Lily, who's obviously a really, really, really bad guy.
No, best person ever.
But stuck in Sean's head.
None of us have met him. We don't even know, right? Like
we don't even know this person exists.
Yeah.
Don't know anything about him.
Yes.
You learned that someone who has a ring, with the descriptions described, Celeste at least found out, lost his life and died there.
Yep. Greatest love, Sterling and Macy. Who knows?
Sterling and Macy.
And you know that the fox's name is Truffles, and it has a blue cup for some reason.
We really want to take Truffles with us. I want to take
Let's
Truffles
burn the city to the ground.
It's Truffles and her 7 kids.
Truffles is a fey creature that killed my pappy. I'm convinced of it.
With a dagger.
Yeah, exactly.
So hard that you barely get out.
Oh, she can burrow in that pile of pamphlets.
Yeah, like a little nest. I love her.
Yeah, there's going to be a very interesting conversation next session.
Yes,
We're several.
That's a good way to separate you at the end there, and then get the last of the information out there. I mean, at least some of the information out there.
Sean's going to want to bury his puppy. It means that fox's house is going to be in some trouble.
Oh well.
Yep.
Oh, here comes this conversation. Here we go.
Exactly.
That's going to be an interesting conversation time. But yeah.
Who are we raiding?
Oh, man.
Yes. Let us find someone else to raid. We're ending now.
Share the love, ride the raid way.
And anyone who just tuned in.
I'm forfeiting because I've raided the last 2 times, I think.
Right. That's fair.
I rolled a 2. I think I was like 3 in the row at the start, like where I like.
True.
Never again.
For anyone who dropped in at the end here, feel free to drop us a like or a follow. We have socials. We have this lovely channel. We also have an amazing Discord. It's a link in our chat.
Good times.
We come back every Monday and destroy whatever you think was right and wrong, and just make it great.
Rage. I have for a fact, I have a fun fact that one of the Raging Rolls folks, I believe, knows Mostly Wolf.
Oh, it's such a small world.
Yeah,
Such a small world sometimes. Like this little community.
I feel like everyone knows Mostly Wolf somehow. It's like the 6 degrees of separation. It's like it all comes back to Mostly Wolf.
But I have to ask, if there's a Mostly Wolf, is there also then a Hardly Wolf?
There must be.
Anyway, I got a 9.
I got a 6.
Oh.
Tom's the winner.
No, what did you get, Jacob?
I got a 2.
I got 17.
There you go.
Laura.
There you go. You're also high in your perception check that you get to rate someone.
Super Dan. Super Dan.
To see
How do you do, Super Dan?
Super Dan.
Super Dan. Super Dan. Super Dan does.
Super Dan. Super Dan.
Super Dan.
Can he fly? No, he can't. He's a super Dan. I don't know.
Okay, so there's a couple options. We've got
Diarrhea.
playing the game. There is I can't quite tell if they're streaming or if they are watching someone else stream a thing. But there's Novaborn who's doing the
Is that a thing? D&D watch party?
Just like reactions.
Yeah.
Just like, is that then a reaction to them? Can we watch them stream someone else watching someone stream? Wow.
It's just our faces. We don't even show their actual like stream. It's just us sitting there going.
Someone narrating our show while it's live. That's confusing.
There is also Dreader GM. Both of those are Aussie streamers, it looks like.
Classic.
Then we have Phoenix Iwaki. I've always had trouble saying that one, but we've rated them before. They're doing something called Off the Books. Talking with
that sounds like a counter name.
Troll Lord Chuck. It says stream starting soon, so that could be a game, could just be an interview style thing. Not Rob May, Rising of the Last War. The Fourth Culture is doing Origins, Debt and Taxes, and I think that's it.
Did you say
what were the others
debt and taxes or debt and taxes? There's a very big difference.
Debt and taxes.
Right. Death and taxes. That's very relevant right now, maybe. Okay, let's go.
Let's go for those, whoever it was that had the starting soon screen.
Yeah.
Because there's the least of chance that we're going to jump in as the ending, as has been tradition the last 3 times we've rated.
Yeah, and we do it, and then they're like, "Oh, sorry, our thing is stuck."
I think that's what happened on like Super Dan's thing, where they were doing the countdown, and then they paused the countdown.
Oh yeah, when they were like heading out.
We are raised to go
Sweets. So yeah, Phoenixy Waki. Again, it's a long name. I'm almost definitely getting it wrong, but that is loading now.
Loading.
Awesome. Yeah, come along, join our Discord. We talk about Dungeons and Dragons. We have games nights. We post pictures of our food and pets, not in the same channel. We also are there for like life advice and hugs and venting, and like we want to hear about your campaign stories and your characters and show us it all. So if you want to come join our Discord. Super fun. And also we're here every single Monday night, 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
We have pictures of naked dice.
We do.
Very naked dice.
Oh, we should make little like mini clothes for dice. Anyway, that's a whole other conversation.
What? Okay, time to leave. This is over now.
Anyway, starting up OnlyFans.
Accessories? That's gotta be a thing.
Like little beanies for your dice? Cute.
Yeah, like glasses and stuff, like shoes, like they do with children.
Yeah.
But the actual
copyright.
Yeah.
Intellectual property.
Dice accessories.
Oh boy.
We love you guys so much. Thank you so much.
Catch you next
See you
time.
next Monday.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Dan.
Bye.
Bye. Did I be? Okay, there we go.
Through.